extra delegations. So moved by Mayor Daw, seconded by Councillor Perry. All those in favor? I need everyone's hands up, please. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. So we have 2 presentations this evening, and we also have, I think, 7 delegations. I just want to, unfortunately, we are going to be pressed for time, so we're going to be very strict with the time limit. So presentations are 10 minutes, and delegations are 5 minutes. So just want to give all the delegates and the presenters that information so that they're aware ahead of time that we will be strict this evening. First up, we have Mark Schkolin, the landscape architect, in regards to R1 Highland Gate conceptual parkland design.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the proposed park, open space and trail plan at the Highland Gate community. So we have a brief presentation for you that provides some background on the park layout itself, and hopefully the video that's embedded within it will play as well. Sure. Okay, thank you. So the open space park and trail system that's proposed within the Highland Gate community has been designed as part of the overall development plan. And what we're going to do today is provide you with a bit of background on this project and describe the plan in general terms. There's a lot of detail that we won't get into, but essentially I want to give you a flavor of what the park plan is about. Existing conditions. Former golf course lands we have within that site. We have the remnant cart paths associated with the golf course, a tributary corridor, a number of online ponds, and the area is generally just passive landscape right now. In terms of approval context, Highland Gate Development Corporation went through an OMB mediation and arrived at a settlement. The park plan is referred to in that settlement. And essentially, there are some conditions related to that settlement that are embedded in the minutes of settlement that describe components of the park plan, such as the trail system, the facilities, the requirement for illumination of the trails, surfacing of the trails, and the like. And they're characterized in this slide. In terms of the overall, some quick facts about the park plan. It comprises 21 hectares, so it's about 52% of the overall developable area of the site. It includes about 8 kilometers of off-road trails. It includes a water course, restoration areas. It's intended generally to be a passive park with a few amenities. The trail system includes the 2.4 kilometer spine trail, which will hopefully become part of the Oak Ridges Marine Trail, 5.2 kilometers of off-road multi-use trail, and 1.7 kilometers of on-road trail. The 3 underpasses that are associated with the golf course facility right now are to be maintained and improved to provide safe passage underneath Murray Drive and Golf Links Drive. And some of the existing cart paths will be retained and repurposed for components of the trail system. In terms of the overall vision for the park, it's intended to be a passive, naturalized landscape. So not maintained, not heavily programmed. It'll be predominantly passive in nature. Some of the facilities will include trails, seating areas, interpretive signage, a lot of new naturalization planting, and the watercourse system will be restored, and the online ponds will be converted to offline ponds to benefit the environment. The overall open space and trails master plan threads its way through the entire development site from Bathurst Street to Yonge Street. When it's fully built out, it will provide a continuous trail connection from Bathurst to Yonge and north to south through the Highland Gate community. Some of the component pieces are proposed to be, as obviously the trail system is the centerpiece of the plan, but there's a proposed meditation garden. There'll be some play equipment. We're looking at fitness stations and a whole range of natural landscapes. Oh, didn't go. That was the video, but it didn't work, so unfortunately. We had a video fly through, and it's available on the town's website for those who want to view it. Key component of the park system is the trail system, and the trail system includes both on-road and off-road trails. These cross-sections illustrate how the trail system works within the streetscapes that are proposed. So the trail is located on one side of the street. There will be the road, the bioretention cell, and the houses on the other side of the street. So the trail system is not interrupted by driveways. It's a continuous trail system, and it is traverses a landscape that is intended to be naturalized with a significant amount of tree planting, and the bioretention swale itself will also be a naturalized landscape. In terms of our next steps, we are presenting the park plan to council for consideration, and once we get some direction from the town, we will be embarking on the detailed design of the parks and open space plan, and then that will be followed by construction of the amenities and the trail system, which will provide a great community benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. First, can I get a motion to receive and refer to R1? Moved by Councillor Tom, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any comments or questions for the presenter? Button, please. No. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you very much. My question is about the ponds. So is it mandated by the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority that these ponds have to be offline?
I believe, yes, the answer is yes. The Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, I don't know if it's mandated, but has directed us as a team to take the ponds offline to benefit the fish habitat within the stream and provide benefits related to habitat connectivity.
I think some people in this council chamber would like to debate that, but this is, we can't go against the Conservation Authority. That's correct.
Yes.
So these ponds, from what I can gather, are probably going to be dry part of the summer. There's no water feeding them. It's just the rainfall.
Councillor Gardner, can I just interrupt? I would like to hear some of those answers too, but they might
Save
be
it.
better suited for the next presenter, which is from the Lake Simcoe Conservation Region Authority, and they might be able to better answer some of those questions.
Of course, you're right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the second question is about the few amenities that you said it's mostly a passive naturalized park. You didn't mention the playground or playgrounds.
There's a playground proposed, and it's shown on this drawing. It's proposed in this location, and it's proposed as a junior-senior play apparatus. The type and design of it has not been finalized at this point in time, but the idea was that within the entire Highland Gate community right now, there's very little access to recreational facilities for children, and this park provides the opportunity to integrate that amenity into the community as a benefit.
Thank you. I agree that it's needed, but where it's placed is very close to the backyards of the residents. Could it be placed on the other side of the trail and maybe treed, partially treed? We don't want tall trees, but something to be more protective for the existing residents.
Sorry. The location is really it arises as a consequence of the fact that the floodplain is located right along this line. So there are very few areas of tableland outside the floodplain that are of sufficient size to accommodate that type of play apparatus. The second thing is that we always like to have the play equipment proximate to the street so that it's visible from the street and accessible to all. And this site is one of the few, with the exception of this area, which is predominantly floodplain, that meets that criterion as well. There are certainly things that we can do to provide enhanced buffers around that facility to provide a bit more isolation for the neighboring landowners.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you.
Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Sholin, it's a pleasure to have you here. I've followed your career in before I became a councillor. And so it gives me, I think it's just great that we have someone of your caliber involved in this project, and we deserve it, and the people there do as well. The creek restoration, is bringing back, I guess with the golf course, it would have been mostly sod to the creek. And so you're going to try and naturalize that, bring it back to its natural sort of state. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Schiller, when I was reviewing the details of the parkland, I was struck by the meditation circle that was described, and I never heard of a meditation circle before. It looks like in the photo, it looks like a maze. Are those, is that grass, or is that a tall hedge? And I guess meditation circle means you need to be walking and not in a yoga pose, sitting position and meditating. Can you confirm, please?
Mr. Scholler?
So the image that's shown on the screen is one of many types of meditation circles that could be implemented here. This one is more of a labyrinth, so it's meant to be walked in motion, and the idea here is that you would walk that, meditate, and revitalize your spirit. There are other kinds that we've done that are more active meditation, I would say. They support Tai Chi. They are a place that is defined by hard surface. This one in the slide there is a soft surface version of that. We tend not to do planting in amongst them because it becomes a real maintenance issue unless you have somebody who's going to take that on. It's better from a maintenance and management perspective to use a simple design that works. The thing I like about the location of this one is it works from a kind of feng shui perspective where you're up on the hill overlooking the water facing south, which is the right aspect for that type of amenity.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you. That was the context in which I was asking, and that the maintenance required for staff to have to cut the hedges and just maintain it. That was the context of my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Anyone else for the first time before I go to Councillor Gardner for the second? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the picture of the trails on the screen. My understanding is that they're not going to be paved. There may be some existing parts now from the golf course that are paved, but that the trails are not going to be paved.
Mr. Scholler?
The trails are intended to be soft surface trails, but there will be paved sections. So as you mentioned, the remnants of the golf course cart paths would be paved. And areas of the trail that run along a slope that's greater than 8% would be paved because when you have a soft surface trail on that type of slope, it tends to erode, and we don't want to have the town assuming that maintenance obligation over time.
Councillor Gardner?
Yeah.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Just to confirm through you to the delegate, was this park concept presented to the Trails and Active Transportation Committee?
Mr. Scholler?
I have not presented it to the Trails and Active Transportation Committee.
Councillor?
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, comments? Seeing none. I just have one. Mr. Scholin, I'm not sure if you can answer this, but if you can, that'd be great. Is the developer open to any amendments to the concept?
At this stage, there are certain components of the concept that are fixed by the minutes of settlement and other components that are flexible. This is a concept plan, so there's still a design development stage that has to be run through to actually design all of the components. So it's usually within that transition from conceptual design to detailed design that elements get modified in their form and shape, possibly in their location. But that would be done in consultation with town staff.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Tom didn't see.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just had a question coming out of yours. Could you illuminate which elements are fixed in terms of the concept? I don't know if you know them off the top of your head.
Mr. Scholin?
So the elements that are fixed, basically what is obliged is the basically maintaining and enhancing the 3 underpasses is one. Providing the trail system and conveying it to the town is another. Implementing the open space and parks plan to the satisfaction of the Director in Parks and Recreation. identifying natural areas, active recreational uses and amenities, naturalizing the open space, providing an active playground and amenities to accommodate senior, junior, and top play, including a shelter structure. We are to inspect and incorporate the cart path components that are salvageable. The trails are to be surfaced and granular to the town standards, and we have spoken about that. We are to provide illumination for the town-wide spine trail, which is the main trail through the site. And we are to remove the online ponds to the satisfaction of the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, and Director of Parks and Recreation Services.
Councillor Tom?
Thank you very much for coming out. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Shulman. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, yeah. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we're moving to delegations. Our first delegate? Oh, yeah, sorry. I wanted to jump ahead because we have such a long schedule. So, Mr. Baldwin from Lake Simcoe Conservation, Region Conservation Authority. Mr. Baldwin, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of Council. We don't make presentations for or against any development in a scenario like this. We're here to answer any questions that members of Council feel that they'd like to answer. And I have with me I'm the General Manager of Planning and Development at Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority, so I oversee all the planning applications such as Highland Gate that come through our office. And with me is Dr. Brian Ginn. He's our staff limnologist, or we call him our lake doctor, whose specialty is in lake management, riverine management, and depending on the questions that may come before Council, one or two of us may answer that question just depending on what that specific question may be. So we're open to the whim of the committee to ask questions that in regards to this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. So I guess if I can get someone to move this to refer to R1, moved by Councillor Tom, seconded by Councillor Gardner. Is there any comments or questions? Councillor Gardner, I know you have some questions, but you haven't pushed your button yet. So.
Hi. So I think you heard my question, possibly. With respect to the offline ponds, Lake Simcoe is not in favor of online ponds. So these ponds need to become offline?
Mr. Baldwin?
To the Chair. That is correct. Our position is we don't support online ponds, and our goal of the authority is to remove offline ponds any opportunity we have, small or large. We've done this on our own properties in Scanlon and Bradford, and we have funded projects across the watershed to remove offline or online ponds to make them offline. The ponds can remain. They can remain as an offline pond, but our goal is to remove those ponds to improve the ecological integrity of the creek, the river, or the system that they're in.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. A lot of residents want to know what these ponds are going to look like. And my question was, I don't believe they're being fed by, there's no water going into them dedicated. So are they going to be dry at certain times of the year?
Mr. Baldwin?
The point now where we're only in the concept design, as Mr. Schwollen presented, it's a concept. We haven't worked out some of the final details on how these ponds will exactly function. And there is a way to design these ponds where during a high water event such as today, which we had, I think all of you experienced the rain that we had today, where when the creek rises to a certain elevation, water will feed that pond and keep that pond active. We're in that stage of working with the developer and their consultants to work on that. So the final product of what these ponds or wetlands may look like hasn't been decided at this time, but that's a process we'll be working on.
Councillor Gardner?
So if the residents want to have ponds that have wildlife visiting them and that don't accumulate so much algae that a frog can actually sit on top of it, as I heard from one of the residents, what can that be done? Can we have viable ponds that will attract wildlife and will not be dry at any point during the summer months?
Mr. Baldwin?
Absolutely. Will they be dry at every point? It's possible they could be dry. If we design them correctly, we want to see that variation in water level to actually attract the variety of wildlife that can occur. Will these be a static water level pond? But probably not. But will there be a pond that actually caters to in a mix of wildlife? Absolutely. We can actually probably increase the ecological diversity in these ponds. This is something that we've done in the past.
Councillor Gartner?
And when you say increase the ecological diversity, I think the residents would like that. But if the ponds do go dry, then doesn't that just cancel out?
Mr. Baldwin?
No, it doesn't. What happens is you can see a change and shift in that ecology. If you look at wetlands or ponds, they go dry with droughts. They fill with water during wet periods. They work in that function. They flow and give with the wildlife and with the ecology of the time. They're designed to actually provide that variation of habitat. And it's amazing is it can go dry for a week during, say, a very dry 2-3 week drought, but you get that rain that fills it back up. It's amazing how well they respond. It's to create that diversity that occurs naturally in floodplains.
Councillor Gartner?
Thank you. I'm sorry to belabor this. So what you're saying is that if wildlife that visits the ponds because they need ponds, if the ponds dry up, they'll go somewhere else and then they'll come back?
Mr. Baldwin?
Sorry, it depends on the wildlife there is. I mean, if it's waterfowl, they'll move with the system, and then they have the creek right beside them, which will still always be flowing with water. So the water is available literally next door. Depending on if it's other ecological items, whether it's amphibians, etc., they will move to the system, or they, depending on the state they're in. This is a natural condition that occurs in the natural ecosystem. I mean, we have ponds across the watershed that go dry annually. Because that's the natural process. We're trying to bring back this system. This system was changed fairly dramatically with a golf course, building online ponds and a golf course. We're trying to, through this development, is where we can bring this back to a more natural ecological state.
Councillor Gartner?
And the situation with the algae that was emailed, I think, to all of us, that's not something that will be happening with these ponds?
Mr. Baldwin?
I can't predict the ability of algae on any pond. We have them in stormwater ponds. I have them in Lake Simcoe. They're in every potential pond, and it's to predict that is impossible.
Councillor Gartner?
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for attending. And you answered the question that I was going to ask, and that was, were the ponds something that was designed for a golf course and changed, and you are now have an opportunity to bring it back to a natural course and the natural ecology that is associated with it, say like 100 years ago before the golf course was designed and put in play. So that really is my question. So this is really an opportunity that conservation looks forward to in being able to bring that back for the whole system, the whole watershed and as part and parcel, and this is just one part.
Mr. Baldwin?
Correct, Councillor Abel. This is something that we've worked on watershed-wide for well over a decade, taking online ponds off. The more you think about it, these are, in essence, they're dams or they're ponds. They create an artificial element on that landscape. And to try and bring back that creek to its natural free-flowing state to allow fish passage, free-flowing water, that's the objective of trying to create a more natural ecosystem wherever we can. And there are rare opportunities where you can actually do that through development, and this is one.
Councillor Abel?
And last question, thank you, Mr. Chair. And that would be important because we are basically at the headwaters of the Holland River system that flows into the Lake Simcoe. So again, that opportunity at this level is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My line of questioning is similar to that already raised by Councillors Gartner and Abel. And my understanding is that Highland Gate Development is implementing a drainage system, I forget what it was called, swale, some very expensive swale system that's going to bring back almost 100%, if not 100%, of the water back into the soils and the land, essentially putting it back to the state where it was before any of us were here. That sounds great on paper, and I guess my question is, I mean, some of the residents who've argued against taking the ponds offline is that, well, now we have had these online ponds for the last several decades, and it's attracted a new species, various new species, new animals, and they're here now. Now they're going to suffer or not be around. They're going to move to other locations. Can you speak to that in terms of, is it better to revert it back to its natural state, which might have been, 50, 100 years ago, versus making the change for current species that are enjoying the online pond currently?
Mr. Baldwin?
Through the chair, we always believe that we want to return to mimic or replicate the previous condition, the natural condition. The diversity of species is based on the natural condition that thrives around this area. And we strive to do that, whether it's fish, fowl, or other wildlife. That is the goal. Other opportunities where certain species have moved in essence, taken up residence over time because of the ponds, that occurs. But we believe that we're trying to bring it back to what should have been here, what was here prior to the development of the golf course or development of the town. That's always what our goal is to mimic and replicate and bring back that natural native fauna and flora.
Councillor Kim?
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Baldwin. I appreciate you explaining and giving us the rationale why it's important to transition the online ponds to an offline pond, but I just want to be crystal clear. Is it a recommendation from Lake Simcoe to do so, or is it a requirement?
Mr. Baldwin?
As part of the negotiations through the process for this development, we made this a requirement. This is a requirement that we made as part of the planning discussions, as part of their mitigation strategy during the negotiations with the developer and the clients. This was some of the things that we asked for as a requirement to look to approval from our agency as well. We always, and then the other side of it, as a flood regulatory agency, we always do anything we possibly can to remove online ponds because they exacerbate or can actually increase the potential of flood risk. And I know this is a small creek and people look at the flood risk as being relatively low, but we see flood risks like this increase in every creek around here through climate change and as the landscape change. So this is a requirement that is very consistent, and we've made this request of developments across this watershed on a consistent basis over the last 10 to 15 years.
Councillor Thompson? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Baldwin and Dr. Ginn for coming out. I rarely get into asking people what their credentials are, but Dr. Ginn, could you please explain your credentials and how that affects your recommendation that this would be an offline pond versus an online pond?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I've been the limnologist, the lake scientist at Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority since May 2008. I have a PhD from Queen's University, and I've postdoced with two of Canada's foremost lake scientists. My expertise is in limnology and the study of the environmental changes in lakes and their biological communities, and then applying this research to setting realistic and effective management strategies on water bodies. My research investigations in the past, I've worked on nutrient inputs, acid rain, climate change, invasive species, and the impact of landscape changes such as urbanization. I've conducted research on over 600 ponds, lakes, and rivers, mostly in northeastern North America. I'm a member of the International Association of Great Lakes Research and the North American Lake Management Society, and I'm one of 3 certified lake managers in Canada. I have 23 publications in international peer-reviewed journals and 25 other technical reports and publications, and I've given 45 presentations at major international conferences. And through these workshops and through this experience, most of the scientists that I meet and we debate back and forth on various environmental or ecological issues as well, and one of these are the removal of online ponds to restore the biodiversity of fish and also a more natural ecological habitat.
Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps, Mr. Baldwin, if you could speak to some of the work that the authority has done worldwide in terms of its recognition?
Mr. Baldwin?
Yeah, the authority has been engaged for over 10 years in some of our international work. We're recognized as what they call the International Thies River Prize winner, which is basically, in respect to watershed management, we call it the Nobel Peace Prize of watershed management, which is based out of Australia. And we've been heavily involved in that. We are on the forefront of some of the leading limnological and research work. We're one of the unique conservation authorities. There are 36 conservation authorities in Ontario, and all of them really focus on that watershed because they all feed directly to the Great Lakes. We're kind of that unique beast where we actually feed to small watersheds to a lake, what we call a Great Lake of our own, Lake Simcoe. So we have a very different perspective on how we manage our watersheds. And I think having limnologists such as Dr. Ginn on our staff, as well as our other staff, speaks to we are a science-based organization, a very objective organization. We take our role very seriously, and that when we do our development review, it's a truly objective science-based approach.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Mayor Daw?
Could you speak a bit about Mexico?
Mr. Baldwin?
Yeah, sorry. As part of the, I would love to speak about Mexico. As part of the our prize with winning the International River Prize, one of the requirements when you win this prize is you twin with a watershed from a underdeveloped or under subscribed country. We've partnered with a watershed called the Ayaquila watershed in Mexico, just south of Guadalajara, which is a lake-based watershed where we go down on occasion and have staff from Mexico come up where we help them integrate and look at integrated watershed management on their lake to restore their lake, just as we are trying to do in Lake Simcoe. And this has been going on for about 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Mayor Daw?
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Now we'll move to delegations. Our first delegation is Mr. Tim Jones, Director of Development, Community, and Home Assistance to Seniors, CHATS. Mr. Jones, I will remind you it's 5 minutes, and when 1 minute does come up, you will hear a chime.
Okay, I'm going to defer to our CEO, Christina Bizantz, who is available tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you very much for this opportunity to raise some awareness of CHATS, Community and Home Assistance to Seniors, in this, which is Seniors Month. And the slide. Okay. Sorry, that took up 30 seconds. No. That button?
Can you just...
Oh, there. Okay. Okay. Just to give a quick profile of seniors in York Region and South Simcoe, which is the catchment area that CHATS serves. York Region actually is the fastest growing demographic of seniors in the province. And in the next 10 or so years, we'll see 1 in 5 people over the age of 65. York Region also has a significant number of seniors who are homeowners living in single detached homes, which is a little bit unique in the province as well. And of course, we know that the immigrant and visible minority population is expanding, which will mean that there's a need for more culturally and linguistically appropriate programs for seniors in the future. The good news is that people are living longer, and if you look at the average age of seniors in the province of Ontario, it's 81.5. In York Region, it's 84.1. The life expectancy of men is increasing faster than women. Right now, it's about 50% more women over the age of 75 than men. In 10 years, that gap will decrease by almost half, which is great news for men and not so bad news for women over the age of 75 too, who will have some more choices available to them. But with that comes some sobering thoughts in terms of, yes, people are living longer, but with more chronic diseases such as heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and unfortunately increasing amount of dementia. If we look at adults and their preference, of course people want to be able to age at home and stay at home. And certainly that choice is influenced by health of an individual, their wealth, and the ability to have a family member or informal caregiver to support them. we know that certainly living at home is a more cost-effective method or means than long-term care. And that's where CHATS comes in. Our mission is to support older adults to be able to live independently, safely, and with dignity in their own homes as long as possible. We're a community support agency which provides personal care and support to seniors to enable that independent living. We provide individualized care plans and a wraparound service. And while there are moderate fees attached to most of our programs, they are geared to income. We can provide services in up to 26 languages, and we want to make sure that we don't turn any senior away for lack of ability to pay, and that's where our fundraising dollars often support exceptional subsidies. We have over 20 services, although you might be familiar with CHATS vans and cars on the road that provide our transportation, but we have a number of other services from in-home supports to community programs. Throughout York Region, we currently have 8,100 clients, 71% of whom are women and 29% male. And while we serve older adults over the age of 55 or those with age-related conditions, the average age range of our client is 75 to 84 years old. And if I could be so bold to say, our clients aren't the ones who are using the senior center here in Aurora. They've kind of graduated from that and need more supports. More than 40% of our clients do live alone or with a spouse. CHAT provides service in 11 municipalities throughout York Region and South Simcoe. And if we look at the clients in Aurora, we're currently serving 434 residents of Aurora with, for example, 3,200 drives that we've provided, 2,600 Meals on Wheels, and assisted living services at Hadley, just as some examples. And of course, our head office, our headquarters is right here in Aurora at 240 Edward Street. So I would just like to personally thank Aurora, the town of Aurora, for your support to CHATS. Since 2011, we've had $20,000 donated to CHATS, and those funds have been used specifically to support the adults in our Aurora Adult Day program. I also want to commend and send appreciation to the 49 residents of Aurora who volunteer with CHATS. Although we have some 300 staff, we actually have 550 volunteers who are the lifeblood of our organization. So thank you very much for your time and attention. I really appreciate all that you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bezants. I gave you that extra 10 seconds
Yes.
because of the fumble at the beginning.
But because of the fumble with the mouse, yes.
First, can I get a motion to receive the delegate? Moved by Councillor Humphrey, seconded by Councillor Kim. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Push your button. I'll start with Councillor Thompson.
And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Bezants, for being here tonight. I know that funding's always a bit of a challenge, and so I know your organization does a number of different fundraisers. I thought I would give you an opportunity to mention the golf tournament that comes up in September.
Ms. Bezants?
September 11th, I believe, and it's at Silver Springs, and we certainly, very reasonable fee, and we would welcome any support that we can get either through golfers or sponsorship in that. We also have our annual Walk for Wellness, and this year we actually held it at the Leisure Centre in Aurora and had great participation.
Councillor Thompson?
All the work we do.
Councillor Humphreys?
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here this evening and sharing all the great work that CHAT provides for our seniors. I know firsthand the benefits of it, and I just, again want to thank you and everyone in the organization. I do have a question. Have you, since CHATS, and I believe it's grown just so much from its inception years ago, and I think you had to go to bigger facilities to accommodate, the growth. Do you know an average of how much longer seniors can stay home versus going to that extra care level? Is there any percentages of that nature at all, or does it depend on the individual situation, I guess?
Ms. Bezants?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it does depend on the individual and their ability to remain home safely. But having said that, there is a shortage of long-term care beds in the province, and the province has no intention to fund more beds. So there are wait lists. So in some instances, some relatively small number of supports provided through chats, we can help somebody stay home and, with support with personal care, hygiene, bathing, toileting, they can live at home longer and avoid long-term care. Because really, nobody wants to go to long-term care, but it may be the only option. So we're trying to provide those supports and the supports to the family caregivers, because in many cases, it's the family caregiver who has the greatest burden in some cases, the stress, being overwhelmed with having to care for an elderly parent or a spouse, or even in many cases we have clients, senior clients, who have to take care of older adult children who have disabilities or mental health challenges. So whatever we can do to provide that support helps people to stay at home as long as possible, and if I can say, with dignity.
Councillor Humphreys?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gartner?
Thank you so much for your work. We're very lucky to have chats in the community. You did mention volunteers, and a lot of the people who volunteer are seniors. Seniors are getting older and may need volunteers themselves. So are you having a challenge finding enough volunteers?
Ms. Bazant?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, and that's something that I would really encourage people to look at volunteering. And we do have an age range of volunteers, but with our Volunteer Appreciation Day, for example, we were recognizing volunteers who have served for 20, 25, 30 years, and they may have started when they retired. So we can always find something for somebody to do, even if perhaps they're not able to drive anymore. There's other activities that we could get their support and volunteering for, and we welcome that. But certainly we do encourage people, and they find it very rewarding. A number of our volunteers say that just being able to support the seniors and know that they're helping somebody to live independently is such significant reward that they value volunteering.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you very much. I think Chat's found the right CEO.
Ms. Bazant, go ahead.
I got a note, and I'm sure it was from Mr. Jones, the Director of Development, that golf is at Silver Lakes, not Spring Lakes. So my apologies and correction for that.
Thank you. Councillor Abel?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for delegating, and it's great what chats do. And you were talking about the funding as well as the volunteers when the mayor in the town of Aurora was mentioned, but could you comment on the Aurora Winter Blues Festival and how much they have been of support, and if you have an idea of how much they've contributed over the years?
Ms. Bazant?
Yes, we've been the very fortunate beneficiary as one of a couple of other charities that have received funding from the Aurora Winter Blues Festival, and as that has grown, the amount of funding that we've received has grown as well. So I believe over the last 4 years, it's been about $15,000 that Chats has received directly through that.
Councillor Abel?
And I think it was 9,000 this year?
Excuse me, Mr. Jones. No yelling from the audience, please. Thank you.
And I think they've been contributing for upwards to 5 years, so I think we're in over 30,000. So, yeah, and they'll continue doing that. They're working under a name now called Music Aurora, and you're very much on the list of people that will benefit from the fundraising. And they're very pleased at contributing to all the work that you do. So we know that every dollar goes towards what you're trying to do for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've always been curious, and I'm sure others would want to verify as well, the services that you offer. Are applicants offered those services for free, for example, Meals on Wheels, or is it a reduced rate? What are some of the costs associated with the services?
Ms. Bazant?
Most of our programs do have a moderate fee. However, those fees are geared to income. So we look at the income of the individual, and it's a sliding scale. So it really depends on what the service is. There are some services that are provided and fully funded. For example, our assisted living program However, eligibility is determined through the CCAC, and clients have to be referred through CCAC to that program. So it really depends on the program, but with our transportation, for example, for a local drive, it's $10 round trip. So, you know, it could be from one end of Aurora to South Lake, and that would be considered a local drive, and round trip would be $10. So it depends on the program, but there is a sliding scale based on income. But as I said, we do have exceptional subsidies, and that's another thing that our fundraising dollars go towards. We don't want to have to turn away any senior based on inability to pay. So we will provide an exceptional subsidy in those instances and cover the cost of that service.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you. And before I forget, I want to thank you and Mayor Jones for all the work that you guys do. I know you guys have a lot of you guys have a full schedule, so thank you. And lastly, I just noticed that you put up a stat, 71% of your clientele are female and 29% male, and you hinted that females have more choice, unfortunately. And you know what, I would have to say, men, you have to shapen up, because, you know, suck up the stubbornness and become a clientele, because it seems like those who utilize the service seems to live longer. Thank you.
Is that a question, Councillor Kim?
Yeah.
No, okay. Ms. Bazance, I don't see any other comments or questions. I just want to thank you for all that you do for our seniors within our community. I just want to give you the opportunity, maybe if someone wants to get a hold of Chats, how would they go about doing that? Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
But if you could just state it out for the record.
Yeah, so if anybody wants more information, they could call our local number 905-713-6596, or go to our website, www.chats.on.ca. And what would happen is one of our service coordinators would do an intake, and through that then arrange for an assessment or the program to start, or the service to start from there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So if I can get, actually, we already have a motion, so call the vote. All those in favor to receive? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, Ms.
Thanks.
Sands. Next up, we have Ms. Anita Moore, Chair of the Governance Review Ad Hoc Committee, in regards to item R12. Good evening, Ms. Moore.
Good evening. My name's Anita Moore, and I live at 41 Brookland Avenue in Aurora. So thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council and staff. As chair of the Governance Review Committee, I'm here this evening to provide a brief overview of the committee's report on our review of council compensation, and it's on your agenda tonight as item R12. You may recall that the committee has already made its recommendation to council on the method of voting for the 2018 election, and at your July 4th General Committee, you will see our recommendation regarding systems of representation. That means wards versus at large. We felt that council and public will need much more time to consider whether wards are appropriate for Aurora. So through our minutes, we have recommended that this review take place early next council term. And we are also asking that the Governance Review Ad Hoc Committee be struck within that first year of that term in order to have ample time for them to complete their mandate. Again, this will be on your next GC agenda. So the committee is now reviewing council compensation, and our interim compensation report on tonight's agenda is recommending that council consider discontinuing the 1/3 tax-free provision effective January 1st, 2018, but with a top-up so that earnings remain the same. Keeping in mind the principles of accountability and transparency, council compensation should be readily understood by all. The committee felt that the tax-free earnings portion is not something readily understood by residents, and in any event, it may end up being legislated away. Important to our continuing review on compensation is the full-time versus part-time role of a member of council. In the past, the position of mayor has been considered a full-time role and the position of councillor a part-time role. The committee examined this matter and could see no compelling reason to recommend a change to this current position. It is important for us to ensure that council still agrees with this, though, before we carry on our compensation review. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank staff for their continued support and assistance, Mike Duran, Samantha Yu, Dan Elliott, and Sandra McKenzie. Also, I'd like to recognize the other members of our committee, Terry Jones, Steve Hinder, Bill Hogg, and the Vice Chair, Anna Lozic-Romeo. We've been able to accomplish a fair bit in a short time period, and we anticipate having the compensation review wrapped up by the end of October. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Can I get a motion first to receive? Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Gardner. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Anita, what was the thought process between January 1st, 2018 and the lag between when a council gets newly inaugurated and that January 1st date? Was there any thought given to matching those two together?
Ms. Moore?
Now, just so I understand the question, Mr. Chair, you...
Councillor Perry, just yes. Thank you.
Okay.
We're all good? If you could elaborate, Ms. Moore, for just so.
Well, I just wanted to be sure I understood the question before I answered it. And you were asking about why we had said January 1st, 2018, correct? Yeah, which would coincide with the new term of council. Well, council comes into effect before that.
No,
I'm sorry.
The new term would begin late 2018. So
yes.
I guess Councillor Perry.
Correct.
Yeah, I guess Councillor Perry is asking why not January 1st, 2019 instead of, and why did you guys choose 2018? I'm assuming, Councillor Perry, is that correct? Okay.
When we first started to look at it, we were concerned about budgetary issues, and because, as staff has pointed out to us, it would be in the area of about 65,000 would be the difference. And so we felt that would give council time to consider that along with your upcoming budget discussions. And that's why we went with January 1st, 2018. It's also might be difficult. This council would have to recommend that it stop because you, as I understand it, and Mr. Elliott maybe would want to expand on it, that you may not be able to bind your next council. You want to do it now because once it's grandfathered now, but once you stop it, you cannot go back to it.
Councillor Perry, you good? Councillor Gardner?
I just wanted to thank you very much. We really appreciate our citizen volunteers, and this is a very important committee.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your work with the committee. My question centers around the recommendation. It talks about full-time versus part-time. In the report, it outlines that the mayor's responsibilities requires at least 35 hours per week, which is the justification for a full-time position, which is the status quo. But in terms of council, I'd just like to maybe have you expand on why you have, quote, no compelling reason to initiate full-time for councillors. Not that I'm advocating for that position, I just like a bit more detail around why you're recommending the status quo, and perhaps you could outline how many hours a week you think councillors should contribute.
Ms. Moore?
You, Mr. Chair, we did look at the number of meetings that members of council are required to attend, and some members by choice or perhaps by circumstance are able to commit more time to the community than others. The committee also felt, as we look forward to enticing new people to run as candidates in municipal elections, that you don't want to, or you want to be supportive of those who maintain a full-time career elsewhere. And while we didn't look at specific hours that each member of council might work, we went back again to the principle that some maybe like to work more than others or are able to work more hours to the committee or to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Councillor Tom?
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Nita, for being here. I just wanted to show my appreciation as well to you and the rest of the committee. We've asked a lot of things from you in a very short, condensed period of time, and so we appreciate all the work that you've done, and I think your suggestion of starting the governance committee earlier next time would be a welcome suggestion, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm quite happy to cut back to 35 hours a week. Ms. Moore, thank you very much, and thank you for the committee. There's been a lot of work done, and it's very good, and it's very much appreciated. It may be more appropriate when we get to the report, but if you had a quick comment on the 1/3, because a lot of people don't quite understand that, and I don't know if it's more appropriate to the report, we can deal with it there, but if you think that you might have a quick answer.
Ms. Moore?
If you're talking about the history of the 1/3, the 1/3 tax-free portion means that members of council have if you look at their earnings, total earnings, 1/3 of those earnings are tax-free. And when we are reviewing salary, quite often when we're doing our comparatives with other municipalities, we really don't know, are we looking at them with the 1/3 in, the 1/3 out? And now legislation has stopped that provision unless the municipality continually adopts that system. As I understand through Mr. Elliott, that Aurora did do early in this term. So unless Mr. Elliott wants to add anything more to that.
We'll ask Mr. Elliott when we get to the report.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mayor Daw? You're good? Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Anita, for the great job that you do. And I just want to clarify, just for everyone's enlightenment, can you confirm the current council salary with the 1/3 grandfathering and what the top-up is recommendation is?
Ms. Moore?
Just quickly looking in the report, and this information was supplied to us by staff, so I think because it's technical in nature, I think Mr. Elliott would be the proper one to respond to that question. Mr. Chair.
I was going to say, Councillor Kim, maybe you can ask that same question to Mr. Elliott when we get to the report.
Just seeing that's only going to take 5 seconds, I just want him to state the two figures right now, if that's okay.
I'll move to Mr. Elliott. Can you just state those two figures for us, please?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. On the tonight's agenda, item R12, page 7 of 8, there's a table in that page. The mayor's current compensation, excluding the region's portion, is just under $71,000, grossed up because the impact is greater on the mayor due to the OMERS situation. Grossed up, we're suggesting it would be $96,200. And the current councilors are at just under 29.5, and we're recommending 32,890 would be the grossed up amount. So that although everybody's take-home or tax situation is different, on a take-home basis, we believe that this would set you all about even.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Councillor Kim? Thank you, Ms. Moore, Councillor Humphreys came in late. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for coming this evening. And I just want to echo the positive comments. You know, the governance committee was struck up late, and a lot of aggressive initiatives for you to look at. And it's a lot of work, and this in particular is a lot of work for you to do. And I appreciate some of the comments you made this evening. sometimes being a full-time, worker and then part-time counselor, there are times where I wish I could do way more, but circumstances are what they are. And but I appreciate your thought process in terms of allowing equal opportunity for anyone out there that's interested in doing this type of role and giving back to the community, and allowing someone who does have a career to do additional work for the community. And I appreciate hearing that this evening. Again, it refreshes my thought process in terms of why it's still a good fit for part-time. But it's just in the perspective. So thank you very much, and looking forward to talking about it during item tonight. Thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chair, if I may too, I have to say that the committee members are very dedicated, and we're very fortunate to have this group of people in Aurora that are willing to put in the time that the committee has. So I'm very appreciative of the other members.
Thank you, Ms. Moore, and I'll echo the statements from across the table. As we really appreciate the work and effort that all the members of this committee have put in and continue to put in. So thank you very much, and thank you for your delegation tonight.
Thank you.
Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we'll move to our next delegation, Mr. Gordon Weir, in regards to item R1, the Highland Gate Conceptual Parkland Design. Mr. Weir, I'll remind you, 5 minutes. If you could state your name and address, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of council, town staff, my name is Gordon Weir. I live at 34 Owlsfoot Crescent on the 7th fairway of the Parkland. I'm also a lawyer who speaks on behalf of the Parks Committee, formed in January of this year by a group of homeowners living adjacent to the Parklands. I'm here to address the staff report number PRCS 17 prepared by manager Sarah Tienkum, as it illustrates some problems that are occurring with respect to the understanding of the minutes of settlement and the obligations of the parties. In particular, whether certain recreational amenities need to be renegotiated in order to be implemented. Now, before I begin, our committee delivered flyers to 78 homes adjacent to the Parkland fairways, and we met with individual homeowners and directly surveyed them regarding their wishes related to active or passive park amenities, lighting, structures, and ponds. The replies that we received showed that 75% of homeowners want a natural and unencumbered park with no lighting structures or activity equipment. My neighbor Bob Calla will address these matters further after I finish. Now, town staff appear to believe that the conceptual parkland design that was provided at the public open house includes requirements that must be renegotiated if they are to be changed. She goes on to state the majority of the comments, those that are negative to the plan, are contrary to the minutes of settlement agreed upon by the town of Aurora, Highland Gate Developments, Inc., and the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association. With respect, both of these views are, in my opinion, incorrect, and in particular, removal of the lighting, structures, or playground amenities that are acceptable to town council need not be renegotiated and are not contrary to the minutes of settlement, and the minutes of settlement do not have to be changed. In fact, the minutes of settlement themselves anticipate changes and modifications because you will find, if you read these minutes, that there are dozens and dozens of references to the fact that the undertakings will be to the satisfaction of the town or the director of the Parks and Recreation, as the case may be. So, there are two legal reasons for why these minutes do not have to be changed, while you may be able to accommodate the interests of the homeowners surrounding the park. Firstly, the minutes themselves stipulate that provision of all parkland amenities must be to the satisfaction of the Director of Parks and Recreations, that is to say, the town. Secondly, and perhaps even more importantly, all covenants by the owner, that is the developer, to provide parkland amenities have been made to the town only. And these undertakings or covenants may be waived by the town as it sees fit. No question of that. Simple, elementary, fundamental contract law. These are undertakings that the developer gave to the town, not to the association, not to the Ratepayers Association, not to anybody else except for Simcoe in the case of ponds and so on. Legally speaking, the minutes of settlement endorsed by the OMB make it clear that the town retains discretion as to the nature and use of the open space parkland. And that's why it's called a concept. That's why it's a conceptual parkland design. It's intended to be modified, amplified, taken back, fine-tuned, so on and so forth. There are numerous references in the conditions of approval to the draft plan set out in Schedule G of the original minutes of settlement. It's now attachment 4 of the final OMB decision that state that the revisions to the plans shall be to the satisfaction of the town. There are no parkland matters that are to be left to the satisfaction of anyone else, including the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association. For example, paragraph 60 states that the owner agrees to provide and implement an open space plan, again, to the satisfaction of the Director of Parks and Recreation. Paragraph section sub D is the only section that refers to a specific amenity associated with an active park, and that's at block 163. Okay, hopefully...
if you could wrap it up. I'll give you 10 seconds if you could wrap it up.
In my humble opinion, it is a fundamental principle of contract law that such a covenant made solely by the owner for the benefit of the town may be waived by the town as beneficiary without further need of negotiation. In other words, if we don't need it, then the developer need not provide it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. Can I get a motion first to receive and refer to item R1? Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Tom. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Push your button, please. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for delegating this evening. I appreciate that information from your perspective. You did a survey of the area, 70 some odd residents. What was their feedback? Was it 100% passive, natural, no lighting, leave it alone? Or were there some undecisive or some...
Mr. Ware?
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Mr. Ware?
There were a number of detailed responses.
Go ahead. Nope. That's okay. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. I just want to let you know we appreciate your opinion. I'm going to put my faith in our solicitor, but I do truly appreciate your comments and your perspective. Thank you.
Mr. Ware?
Response? I would ask you to receive a formal opinion from the town solicitor on that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Weir, in providing that interpretation of the verbiage. I think it's important, certainly when it comes to legalese. And my question is, have you spoken to the Ratepayers Association's executive team in terms of, they agreed to the minutes of settlement and the details comprised in it. Have you communicated with them in terms of the discord or the change of opinion with regards to the parkland?
Mr. Ware?
I have been in contact with the president of the association through email, and I have been at the meeting, the last meeting that they held, and raised some issues there.
Councillor Kim?
And my second question would be, I think over the last several months we've received dozens, if not hundreds of emails from the group that you suppose the 75 who are backing onto the property in question. In rereading some of those emails, there are certain themes that seem to arise with regards to the online pond, and but in terms of the other issues like the playgrounds and the lighted trails, I read different views on that. So do you have any suggestions as to, even if we were to say you're correct and our solicitor says you're correct, and we are to agree on the verbiage, do you have any suggestions as to how we can have a uniform path to making the right parkland that satisfies all 75 members who are abutting the land?
Mr. Weir?
From what I hear today and what I've heard in the last couple of weeks is that we're almost there now in any case. The only issues that we have heard of from the residents are structures, covered structures, and I understand the Director of Parks is no longer favoring those, if I'm correct. Number two is the ponds, and we've heard, I think correctly, that that's in the hands of the Simcoe Authority, and that they have seen it as a requirement, and I can't, quite frankly, debate that. In section 64 of the minutes, it's obviously clear, and it's in their ballpark. All of the other issues are set out commencing with paragraph 58 in the attachment to the satisfaction of the Director of Parks and Recreations. So they already eliminated the tennis facilities. They've asked for a playground in Block 163. There are some people that have young kids, not many, but some, who would like to have a playground. There are people that don't want structures, and it seems that the most important issue is the lighting. And with respect, that is entirely at the discretion of the town, and it's entirely to the satisfaction of the Director of Parks and Recreation. If you want one light at one end of the trail and another light at the other end, you can have it. If you don't want any illumination, you can have it. It's only an obligation on behalf of the developer, not on behalf of the town. It's an undertaking he provided to satisfy you. If you're satisfied without it, that's fine. The lighting is probably the most important issue. And there have been some discussions as to whether it will be small lighting, whether it will be turned off at night, whether so on and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Councillor Kim?
Thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. Nice to meet you in person. With respect to the lighting, I've been thinking about it a lot. And I've been thinking about the security. If there was lighting, but it was done in such a way as to point away, not infringe upon the residents at all, that might be a benefit to security, because there are going to be people on the trail that, just as there are in our town parks sometimes that we have issues with. Do you have a thought on that?
Mr. Weir?
Thought, thank you through the chair, is that we have miles of trails in Aurora, and Newmarket for that matter, that are not lit. And the security of those trails is no less important, I would think, than these. So lighting has never been a safety consideration before, and I don't see it as being a safety consideration now.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. I just was thinking, because so much of the trail backs onto residents, that it might be a positive security feature, but I'm not a resident there.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Abel?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I agree with your statement. We have miles, kilometers, I guess is the term, of trails without any lighting. Where we do provide lighting is in some open parks, like Macho Park. I know we put it in a few others. The thought come to me, would you be agreeable to putting in the infrastructure, like the conduit, the lighting wires, and just not install anything, so that if in a generation from now they decided to put something in, that would save and mitigate the cost factor.
Mr. Ware?
Through the chair, that would certainly, in theory, save the town some money, but it would not really solve the problem or the issue of satisfying the residents who are going to live beside the lighting a generation from now. So it will delay the issue, I think. You might as well make a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. Councillor Abel?
Thank you. And my thought was, it may be that the residents have a change of heart because of circumstances. They might say, you know what, 30 years from now, they may say, we want a new blend or something else that's got whatever. And if the construction was going on, they laid down the conduit or something so that while they're doing all the landscaping and the work, that would be in place.
Mr. Ware?
It's an attractive concept if there's an undertaking from the town to consult with the residents prior to completing the system, as it were.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, so thank you for your delegation,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Ware.
much.
Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So move to the next delegation, Mr. Bob Callow, in regards to the same item, R1, Highland Gate Conceptual Parkland Design. Mr. Callow, I'll remind you 5 minutes, and at 4 minutes, you'll hear that little tone that we've been listening to. So,
thank you. Mr. Chair, Your Worship, members of council and staff, thank you for listening to us tonight. My name is Bob Callow, and I represent an ad hoc association of homeowners whose homes and properties abut the valley created by the old golf course holes 6, 7, 8, and 9. And as such, we are stakeholders who have a very direct interest in how this treasure is preserved. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a historic opportunity with a piece of land that is irreplaceable to create a passive park that will educate and delight our children and grandchildren for generations. In every election, the issues of openness and transparency to the people of Aurora are cornerstones of the election and are what we firmly believe in. In the case of what to do about the parkland, sometimes there have been a distinct lack of transparency. Some examples of a lack of transparency are, we cannot find who is the advocate and who is advocating for the use of streetlights in the original agreement. Usually advocates for something are front and center. This is clearly not the case here. At the open public meeting, there was a commitment by the Director of Parks and Recreation to have the town's lawyer review the minutes of settlement and to give an opinion as to whether the parties can agree to do something or if the town has sufficient authority in the agreement. To date, we have not seen this opinion. My friend Gord, just before me, has given you his legal opinion that you have the authority. When we asked the town for background information, which they relied upon to prepare the staff report to council, they were intransigent, insisting that we file a Freedom of Information request. In my experience, unless something is privileged, personnel related, or dealing with confidential financial matters, then all of this is public information. I see no good reason why we were denied this information. Well, this is not the town's problem. It is also important to know that at the Ratepayers Association meeting that people voted on in December, the ordinary person did not have the details that we have today. We were asked to support the board that they would ratify the agreement based on some very broad brush figures. We did not know all of the detail. We believe that for council to make a decision on this park that you should know the validity of the information you are given. There was an anonymous survey by the Ratepayers Association which we believe has been given to the town and which we believe may have been used as background information for council. This survey was deeply flawed and subject potentially to serious abuse. For the first week, people could answer the survey as many times as they wanted, 10 times, 50 times. We are aware of people who voted numerous times. We brought this attention to the attention of the RPA, encouraging them to reissue the survey. They chose not to, but they had put a fix in place after the first week. But I think the damage was done. The survey gave a laundry list of free items that could be checked off. Human nature would be that people would choose as much free stuff as they can. More is better than less, irrespective of the damage to the passive park concept. The survey did not give an option to say you are against an amenity. Rather, they were asked to rate options on a scale which implied that they wanted an option, but just not as much as others. So we have survey results that were potentially subject to abuse. We believe it cannot be relied upon if staff in any way use this information as background for staff's report.
Yeah,
wow.
1 minute.
I'm going to have to move on through this schedule. We ask you to follow the town's own master plan, section 5.6, which for many reasons, including public safety, does not recommend lighted paths. This does not seem to show up in any notable way in the staff's report. The Trails Committee on April 21st voted unanimously to not support the lighting of the Spine Trail. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the maintenance and costs of running a street light system in the valley in the long run will be very expensive. We want to preserve this jewel for future generations, not commercialize it and cheapen it with streetlights. We urge you to support a passive park devoid of lights and covered structures, and one with a pond for wildlife, just as we have had for the last 40 years. We urge you to adopt option 1 in the report, which is an alternative to the recommendation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. Can I get a motion to receive and refer to item R1? Moved by Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Kim. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Callow. You mentioned that at the time of the vote in December 2017, members were unaware of the details of the parkland. With respect, how many of the 75 abutting residents were members of the RPA at the time of the vote?
Mr. Cowell?
I can't say that for certainty. I think most of them were, because most of them were at the meeting. So I would have to say that most of them were, but I don't have that kind of information that's held very closely.
Councillor Kim?
The majority of the 75. That's fine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Gardner, did you? Okay. Councillor Humphreys.
Through Mr. Chair, thank you very much for delegating this evening. I asked the question earlier, there was a survey. Was the majority, asking for passive parks, no lighting? I'd just like to know what the majority responded as.
The majority responded that they did not want lighting, and indeed, part of what I was going to talk to you about was the public meeting that the council put on, and it was packed. And the overwhelming majority of the people there, in fact, was standing ovation, was that they did not want lighting. When you read the report, it doesn't show that. It just shows everyone's comment. So that was one comment amongst other comments. I can tell you it did not show the weight of the people who were at the public meeting declaring their position on this subject. People were very passionate. People don't want people walking their dogs at 11 o'clock at night, and the other dogs are barking, and there's all sorts of issues. But the council's own policies are not consistent with lighting, and it is not a safety. The reason for safety is it's not a safety issue. In fact, the council's own documents show that it is an artificial safety. It gives people a sense of security when somebody be hiding in the ditch.
Councillor Humphreys. Not seeing any other questions or comments. Thank you, Mr. Cowell, for your presentation. So we'll move to our next delegation. Oh, sorry. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So our next delegation is I apologize if I get this wrong. Ollie Smolak? Oh, perfect. And it's in regards to item R2, space accommodations for community groups.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Ollie Smolak. I'm here on behalf of the Aurora Bridge Club. You're involved in a very major decision involving Library Square, and I'm here just to give you a little bit of information about our club's history, our operation, and our contribution to the community and to the seniors that are taking part in the Bridge Club. You have a copy of my presentation that you may use to follow along. Historically, then, our club was established more than 47 years ago as a nonprofit duplicate bridge club. We've been located at 7 different locations, but for the last 40 years, we've been located in Aurora. Since January of 2004, we've been in our present location, which is the old library building. And honestly, I've been involved the whole time, and there's been a dramatic change in terms of the club, both from the point of view of our membership, which has more than doubled. We've added 3 games during the week that we didn't have when we moved in, and we've now got bridge lessons, both for beginners and intermediates, that we never had before. Before that, we were at a facility on Edward Street, and then we also spent 20 years at the corner of Yonge and Wellington in the building with a big mural, where we used to go in from the mural sign. I've shown you a list of what we do at the club. We have 6 games during the week. 2 of them are dedicated to newer players. 4 are what we call open games. And we also have a schedule of bridge lessons intended both for beginners and for the intermediate player. We're part of an umbrella organization called the American Contract Bridge League. Most bridge clubs throughout the world are members. They share information about rules, tournaments, etc. And in fact, in Toronto, in July of this year, the ACBL is running the North American Bridge Championships, a 12-day event taking place at the Convention Center. I think the second page covers off the information which you probably would be most interested in. As of a couple of weeks ago, there are 932 players in our database. That means in the last 5 years, 932 different people have come and played bridge at our club. We have 250 members. Those are people that pay a yearly fee to play regularly at our club. And the part of the analysis that isn't quite so specific is looking through the database. Approximately 60% of the members are Aurora residents. I say it's not exact because we often, when a person enters, we capture their information about name and caliber, etc., but we don't capture where they're living, so those elements of the database remain blank. Last year, we had over 2,600 tables play bridge at our club. And just to put that in perspective, when you remember that there are 4 people at a table, that's over 10,000 person bridge events that took place at our club last year. We did a survey a couple of years ago, found that 90% of the players are over the age of 60 and 60% are over the age of 70. And quite frankly, we think we have a major contribution both to the community. We think we draw players from surrounding areas. They participate in restaurants and activities in the town, shopping. We think we're good tenants. We pay our bills on time. We installed our own carpet a couple of years ago when the old one got ragged. And we also donate to local charities. We run a Christmas game, and last year we donated over $1,000. The other big part of what we do is, frankly, a contribution to the seniors community. We give them an outing. They come, there's a real friendship that develops. They get bridge at an affordable price. They get an opportunity to exercise their minds, learn something new, and participate in the activity. And finally, then, I'd just like to share with you that the Bridge Club is a vibrant, active, and expanding organization. We're a significant contributor both to the seniors population and the town of Aurora, and we can't operate without town support. Most of the communities in the area, Richmond Hill, Thornhill, Markham, are all supported by the town communities, and we really need that to continue to operate. And so our recommendation then finally is we'd like to work together to make sure that the Aurora Bridge Club can continue to operate into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. First, can I get a motion to receive and refer? Moved by Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Gardner. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Callow, for coming and presenting, and you...
Nope. Wrong person.
Sorry. I don't recognize my own typing, Mr. Smolnak. Thank you, Mr. Smolnak, for your presentation. And I just want to say that we do value the Bridge Club, and certainly, as you indicated, you have 250 members or more, and it certainly keeps the rowdy seniors away from things that would cause them trouble, like hanging out in malls, loitering around Town Hall. And so we thank you for the service that you provide.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. All right. Thank you, everyone. Mayor Daw.
So I'm seeing a new movie directed by Councillor Kim, Seniors Gone Wild. Mr. Smolak, thank you for coming up. Appreciate it. We've all received the emails, strangely enough. Question though, sir, on your website, so your annual general meetings, goodness gracious, your annual general minute meetings must have been that spicy dinner I had. In 2015, June of 2015, so about 2 years ago, you recognized then that there was, I guess, risk to your tenancy at the library, and that's been in some of your minute meetings since. So what has the Bridge Club done to look to position themselves? Because as you are aware, Council has made the decision to demolish that building.
Mr. Smolak?
Through Chair, we moved into our facility in January of 2004, and ever since the first date, we've always been on a month-to-month lease. The discussions that we've had with the town have always said, you know, tomorrow, next council, next month, they might decide to tear down the building. During the entire time, we have looked for facilities. When I was president, and that goes back 4 years ago, I looked for facilities. Anything that could accommodate us in terms of size was in the $6,000 a month range and typically didn't meet our needs. Since we got the information, or since we suspected a while ago this could be serious, we've been looking, and all the locations we can find that will accommodate us in terms of space, you're talking about $5,000 or $6,000 a month. Minimum.
Mayor Daw.
Thank you, sir. So the issue is not so much space as affordable space. Is that a fair comment?
Mr. Smolak?
Well, we have a space requirement, and what we pay for in rent now allows us to offer a reasonable price to people that are playing bridge at the club. Yeah.
Mayor Daw. Councillor Humphreys.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for delegating this evening. And I have to say, the Aurora Bridge Club was, to me, a very best-kept secret. It's incredible what the organization is and what it has to offer. And for one, I'm very appreciative to understand this and just how great the club is and how much it's growing. And it's important to have these types of services in our community. You're giving back to our community. You're helping the town, and reap the benefits of what your organization is running. And I understand the challenges. I mean, rent is expensive, and you've had an opportunity to have a good situation. And I don't in one way blame you at all. You've been waiting for 13 years for the town to make a decision, and why jump when you have a very good scenario at hand where you can offer good rates for gatherings. Just a quick question in terms of the size. I was looking at what you're looking for the future, just a little bit bigger. Is there, just because I haven't been, are there several games going on, like 10 tables or 20 tables at the same time? Is that why you're needing such a large space? Forgive my ignorance, by the way.
Mr. Smolak?
We have 6 different games a week. The largest one tends to be the one on Friday afternoon, and that's about 20 tables. Actually, we now can't fit all the tables in the room. We actually use the area just outside our room. The other games during the week are smaller. Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening might be in the range of 14 or 15 tables, and Thursday afternoon tends to be the rookie game, the newer players, and that's more like 8 or 9 tables. So there are different size requirements at different times. Right. So when I included my list of requirements, sorry, I spelled out kind of the maximum requirement.
Councillor Humphreys?
So thank you very much for that. Again, it helps me understand. Your presentation helps me understand this evening, why the space is required. And I believe all of us around the table want to make sure that we help somehow get a space that works for you. From a perspective of this council, as you know, this town has been waiting for 13 years for something to happen in that area. It's kind of disappointing that it's affecting this incredible club at the moment. But what I'd like to see is, hopefully by the end of this discussion, is how we can somehow help find an alternate space that will give you what you need. I think that's all I have right now for questions. But again, thank you very much for delegating this evening and sharing this with us. And I'm sure we'll have some good discussion around the table to see what we can do to help.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have some questions for you, Mr. Smolak, because when we get to discuss it, we won't be able to ask you those questions. So that gives us an opportunity. We are being presented with a letter that was sent to you on January 9th. And it was about giving you sort of notice that council in December had unanimously said they're going to move ahead with the Library Square, and Councillor Humphrey said, "Oh joy!" And I think the whole community feels that way. But it says in the second paragraph that a member of staff will discuss next steps in the process of your requirements for alternate space allocation. And while the town may not be able to assist in relocating you, we recognize the value. So. The town, obviously, in January around that time gave you notice. And my question to you is, has staff been engaged with you to find alternate programming space?
Mr. Smolak?
Through the chair. 800 square feet of space, and that's less than half of kind of what we use on a Friday afternoon now. So I really don't see a way of making that workable. It might work for, I guess, one of the games on Thursday afternoon, but it would not work for any of the other games.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, and I appreciate your responses to Councillor Perry about that the club itself understands the challenge in finding that ideal space and is willing to consider alternative options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much for coming, to everybody in the audience for coming. Actually, congratulations on the success of the club, and with the seniors population growing, it's probably going to continue growing. You know, it's very hard. I was hoping when we did the Arena ACC2 that we would put community space on top of that. That would have been perfect for you. But we don't have the space, and I've been spending a lot of time thinking about it. The only thing that I can think of is maybe some space in the industrial area, more towards the south part of town. Is that something that you might consider?
Mr. Smolak?
Through the chair, we would consider anything right now. We've actually, a couple of the options we've looked at involve us moving to Newmarket. It would mean a loss of a lot of our members who have said they would not be interested in going there, but that is an option that we have on the table now, which isn't a very good option. There's no option we've got that we look at and say, yeah, that'll do if you terminate our ability to use that room.
Councillor Gardner.
Certainly the loss of the club to Newmarket would be, we really wouldn't want to see that. You're valuable to Aurora. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smolak, for coming and delegating this evening, and thank you to all the membership for coming out as well. In addition to some of the questions my colleagues have asked, throughout the process, you mentioned that the only real consultation you had with staff was presenting your ideal scenario in terms of space. So in addition to that, did staff provide you with a list or an inventory of the town space that we have available for rent?
Mr. Smolak?
Chair, no, we've never seen available space.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you. That might have been helpful. My next question then is, and this might be difficult considering, I don't know if you've looked at the community space that the town of Aurora has currently available for rental. There's various buildings and rooms of various sizes and I'm sure various costs. So because you weren't provided with that information, I'm just going to ask this anyways. Other than 52 and 56 Victoria, do you have any town facilities, that's Aurora town facilities, that potentially meet your needs or give you the best amount of space and requirements that will allow you to continue in Aurora? So I guess, is there any other town facilities in town that you guys can possibly use?
Mr. Smolak?
Chair, honestly, we're just not not aware of what the town has that might meet our needs in any way.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you very much for your delegation this evening, and I'm sure we'll get to more discussion on this issue when it comes to our agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just a quick question. Many of my other questions were answered. It looks like majority is, I think, Wednesdays and Thursdays where you have two sessions, early and an evening. So those are your heavier days, and the rest. Would you consider facilities are not always in the same location, however they would accommodate your needs? And what's going through my mind is I know that there's some church banquet facilities that may work. I can think about the Our Lady of Grace Church has a really good space there, or Lynette Hall upstairs on the main floor. I'm just wondering if that could be an opportunity. Have you thought about contacting them, or I would absolutely do that. But is that something you would consider, changing spaces as long as it had accommodations for you in terms of tables and?
Mr. Smollett?
Sure. We've actually looked at about 4 different churches. Only one was tolerable, and they had a real problem with accessibility. Would literally have to exit one end of a parking lot, walk down a field to enter the church. And then when we got into some discussions with them, they said, oh, by the way, we're thinking of tearing the church down in another year. So we've looked at a number of different options involving schools and churches, rental space, etc.
Councillor Humphreys? Thank you. Councillor Abel?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the senior centre is half the size, and of course the old senior centre on Victoria, and of course when we're going to do the redevelopment, that's going to come down. So it really is not for temporary or long term. Has anyone approached you about the Armory? It has 8,000 square feet there. It's sitting right in the middle of downtown Aurora, lots of parking. Has that ever been, and it's been designed as community space?
Mr. Smolak?
Through the chair, I may be mistaken here, but it may be part of a discussion I did have that it was pointed out that that was being used for other purposes.
Councillor Abel?
If they are, I have no clue. It just sits empty. I do know that it has been, and just recently used for rental. They had, Optimus had an event there, and we've had the Echo Fest was there last year, and the farmers market uses it on a regular basis in the winter. And we've had lots of people come forward with ideas for the community space, and also we did a repurposing study, and there was lots of ideas for what to do with the repurposing there. And we are waiting for a report in December 5th. Council resolved to have staff report back with some designs for that. So I think it would be prudent, I'm just curious. No one's mentioned it to you,
Mr. Smolak?
If they had, it's gone back some time. It hasn't been anything that we've talked about very recently. And I really thought if we did have discussions on that topic, I may be wrong on this, but I thought it was pointed out that it was taken over by someone being used for some other purpose.
Councillor Abel?
When it comes up, we'll ask staff what they have planned. Thank you. But my question is that location and size?
It's 8,000 square feet. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Abel. Not seeing any other comments or questions? Thank you, Mr. Smolak, for coming. I just had one question for you. It speaks about the ideal situation for the Bridge Club, and we can all appreciate that would be the long-term goal. Considering we're looking at temporary situation to house the Bridge Club, and it's been mentioned, and I've heard some of the comments that you're amenable to making some amendments to what's the ideal situation. Would that also include the square footage? I mean, because considering what we've heard, that some of the spots that are available don't meet the square footage, would that work on a temporary basis for the Bridge Club?
I guess the best way to answer that is any reduction in any one of the ideals just means we're going to lose members. You know, if you say it's not accessible, then those senior people that need that capability won't come. If you say you're going to give us half the space, it means that we can't get half the tables in on a Friday afternoon. If it doesn't have any parking, people that can't walk any distance from a parking area aren't going to come. So any reduction is just going to take away something. So what we would hope is the reductions would be minimal to accommodate as many of our members as possible.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for your delegation. And
thank you.
We'll hear what everyone has to say during the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We'll move to the next delegation. It's Mr. Mike Croft, resident in regards to item. Everyone, if you wouldn't mind staying, I mean, we're going to be discussing the report after the delegations, so that's when we'll discuss, council will discuss what will happen. If you want to stay and hear what will happen and what council will decide, you're more than welcome, but if if you have to leave. You don't have to stay, but we like you to stay and enjoy and watch the shows, so thank you very much. Mr. Croft, I'll remind you that you have 5 minutes.
Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of committee, staff, members of the public. My name is Mike Crow. I'm a planner with IBI Group, and I'm representing my client, which is the Gathering Place of Aurora. I'm just here quickly to speak in response to item R8, which is staff report PBS 17-015. These are is a staff recommendation report in regards to official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and site plan approval applications that have been made in response to a requested expansion of an existing place of worship at the subject lands. Quickly, I just want to say that we fully read the staff report. It accurately reflects our applications. We agree with the analysis that has been provided. That's very consistent with my own planning analysis that was submitted with the applications. We have no issues with the staff recommendations. We would gratefully, respectfully ask for committee recommendation and ultimate council approval of the applications. And I fully understand that at a later date, the planning instruments would be brought forward, but at least this would give us the comfort that the applications have been dealt with. I also would like to thank staff at this point. Mr. Marty Rokos, I don't think he's here, but I've worked with him since our submission last fall, and it has been a pleasure to work with him to get to this point. So we thank him for his efforts, and we're happy with how it's turned out to this point. And ultimately, I would just say that I'm here to answer any questions that you might have of me, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Crow, and I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. Can I get a motion to receive and refer? Moved by Councillor Tom, seconded by Councillor Kim. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Crow. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we got one more delegation. Council, I know that we're supposed to have at 9 o'clock a health break, but I would ask if we can just finish this delegation and then move into our health break, if everyone's good with that. Agreed? Okay. So our next delegation is Ms. Joanne Likosis. Did I pronounce that correct? Almost? It's Greek? Yeah, I should know how to pronounce it considering I'm Greek, but I'm not doing a good job at it. So this is in regards to a charity event request for a letter. Okay.
Correct.
You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak to you, especially since it is sort of last minute. Forgive me if I get a little emotional. On February 7th, 2016, we suddenly tragically lost my son, who was 22 years old, Gianluca Cilucci. In his honor and his memory, friends and family are starting a foundation, Gianluca's Gift. Our first event, if you will, is a charity softball tournament that will take place on July 15 at Lambert Wilson Park. We have already rented the park. We'll have a lot of community attending. We're expecting around 300 people. We have 16 teams that have already registered to play, to raise funds, not to really win. We know that MP Majid Jahari will be attending. I'm from Richmond Hill, so forgive me, Aurora was very kind in allowing us to rent the park as we could not find anything available in Richmond Hill where we live. As part of the event, in an effort to raise as much money as we can, we would like to have an SOP. We have already submitted an application to the AGCO. The only item that is outstanding is a letter from the town of Aurora stating that our event is municipally significant. All the funds that are raised that day will go towards 360 Kids, which I'm sure you're familiar with. A very, very worthwhile organization that supports at-risk youth. My son was just applying to York Region Police Department, so he would have come into contact with these youth, and he would have been very helpful. He was a very socially minded and was very much about social justice, and anybody who met him became his friend. So we want to continue his legacy. We want to help as many people that he might have helped had he been allowed to continue his life. So what I am requesting from you is that letter that states those two words, that our event is municipally significant, so that I can submit it to the AGCO, and upon that they would grant us the SOP.
Thank you. First, can I get a motion to receive the delegate? Moved by Councillor Abel, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any comments or questions? Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming this evening. And it's brave of you, sorry. Excuse me, I'd like to put a motion forward, actually, to support providing the letter, if that's okay, Mr.
Councillor
Chair?
Humphreys, I'm sure that
Is
we're,
that too
I think that
late?
we're all probably in agreement to do this.
So let's just do it.
Maybe if we, I'll ask the clerk, is this, can we do this at this time, or do we have to wait till new business?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, you can do that at this time.
We can do it at this time?
If you'd like to, yes.
Well, I'll entertain the motion from Councillor Humphreys. If someone wants to second it, Councillor Perry. And I'll allow, yes, Councillor Humphreys.
Apologies for emotional, and yes, 360 Kids is definitely a recognized charity in our area. I think lots of us participate in charity events and from the cold and everything else. So, sorry, go ahead. Mr. Chair, would you like to say something?
Yes, go ahead.
That what we've done is we've started a program at 360 Kids called Gianluca's Northern Camp Adventure. Gianluca's very much an outdoors kind of person, very much into camping and ice fishing and fishing in general and canoeing. And so what 360 Kids will do is choose a group of youth to take on a camping trip up north for 3 days, where they will do a lot of leadership skills, character development, building community. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it again. Thank you. Why? What happened?
Mayor Daw, can you explain your point of order?
I have no problem with putting the motion on the floor, but there's a number of us that might have questions for the delegate. We don't do that during discussion of the motion. And I'm surprised that my policy wonk friend opposite has not called the point of order, because he likes to call it on me.
Well,
so I would suggest we table the motion, have a conversation with the delegate, and then have the motion.
So we'll finish the questioning and then put the motion back on the floor. That's fine. So Councillor Humphreys, are you done with your questioning? So we'll go with Councillor Gardner, Councillor Abel, and then if there's no one else, we'll put the motion, and then Mayor Daw, and then we'll put the motion back on the floor. So Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I'm very sorry for your loss. I can't even imagine it. So I just, it says well in advance of the required 30 days, we've submitted an application to that's alcohol and game, age for an SOP. Is that a permit? Right.
The only way that we can obtain an SOP is through the town providing us with a letter stating that that our event is of municipal significance.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. And alcohol and gaming is in the loop because you want a liquor license for the event, because that will help you raise money. Thank you. I don't know, through you, Mr. Church, and Mr. Downey, when...
Councillor Gardner, when
we
get
do
to
the motion,
you can ask staff at that time.
Okay, thank you. So this is a one-time request to be able to have this charity event?
By next year, we will be approved by the CRA as a charitable organization. We will have that designation under which we will be able to apply without asking the town for a letter.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm complete support. I appreciate what you're going through. I've applied for, I've gone through the exact same process, so I know it is significant, and I have no problem supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Mayor Daw.
Thank you. I can only empathize with what you're going through, and we do have we get procedural, so we do have a certain way we need to do things. My question, through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegate is, why are we doing this in Aurora and not in Richmond Hill?
Aurora rented us the park facilities. We needed a facility that had at least 3 softball diamonds, as we were anticipating 12 teams. We actually have 16, and 1 we had to turn away. So we needed a sizable park. Nothing was available in Richmond Hill. The only reason we really wanted to do something in Richmond Hill was because that's where Gianluca is from, so we thought, keep it in that community. Aurora is our neighbor, and so we came knocking here, and we've rented the park, Lambert Wilson.
Mayor Daw? Yep. Okay, so I'm not seeing any other questions for the delegate, so I will ask Councillor Humphreys to put her motion on the floor, which, if the clerk will read out the motion.
Yeah, I think that would be correct either to have a friendly amendment to the motion to receive the delegation, or to pass the motion to receive the delegation and pass the subsequent, or move a subsequent motion. And the subsequent motion should include the wording that the event is municipally significant. That would be the best for the delegate to quickly take to the AGCO.
So, Councillor Humphreys. How about we let's just receive this, and then we'll deal with the motion.
Sure.
So I'll call the vote. All those in favor on receiving? Opposed? That carries. And now, before we go to our health break,
I'd like to request that the town present a letter, or create a letter, indicating that the event is a significant municipal event, recognized event, and to please provide to the delegates so that the event can go on.
seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. My question is through you to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, if somebody wants to provide alcohol in one of our parks, I believe there are certain parameters, including security and food.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant will be required to follow all the terms and conditions set out by the town's alcohol policy, as well as the Liquor Control Board's alcohol policy, and they have agreed to do so.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, no, we're done with the delegation, I'm sorry. So, yeah. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. So do we need a motion for the health break? No. So we're going to move into our health break. Councillor Abel? We'll do it as soon as we come back. We'll do it. Of quorum? Okay. Well, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We don't have any items on that, so we'll move straight to consideration of items requiring separate discussion. And is everyone okay with just proceeding with the order that's in front of us? Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that the Bridge Club and the Highland Gate Park is top two. I don't have my agenda open right now, but can we move the Gathering Place item as third? Or so we have representation from for every item, but then or fourth then.
So how about we move R8, R12, and which ones? Oh, and R8, R11, and R12 forward to deal with after R1 and R2. Councillor Thompson.
And just a reminder that the governance committee is still in attendance as well.
That was R12. That's why I said R12 as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Is everyone good with that? So we're going to move forward. R8, which is the amendment for the gathering place. R11, which is Support Aurora funding request, and R12, which is the governance review ad hoc compensation review.
After R1 and R2. No. All the seniors are here.
Councilor Gardner.
Please add Parcel to that list. We have residents in the audience.
That's R9.
Thank you. It is R9.
No, we're doing R1, R2, R8, R9, R11, and then R12. Pardon?
It's not. No. Yeah, my mic's on.
Yes, Councilor Tom. Guys, we're going to have to move forward. So
Yeah, I would just suggest, why don't we just move forward in the order that's on our agenda? Because if we're moving all 4 or 5 items forward, why don't we just deal with the items in the interim very quickly? That would be my suggestion. I'm not against moving them forward, but it just seems like we're moving half the agenda forward, and so I don't know. It gets confusing.
I'm just going to move R8, R9, R11, and R12 forward. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we'll start with R1. Can I get a motion to move that? Moved by Councillor Abel, seconded by Councillor Kim. Any comments or questions? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Ms. Desario. Can you comment in any capacity to Mr. Weir's interpretation of the rules as the law as he sees them? And do we have the sole authority to make the changes that was inferred that we have the ability to make?
Ms. Desario.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So in the minutes of settlement, there are some express terms. If council chooses to make any decisions that are in direct conflict with those express terms, then it is my opinion that you are going against the minutes of settlement. If certain issues are silent and the minutes of settlement are silent on certain things, then you would not be going against the minutes of settlement because nothing's said in the minutes of settlement. So for example, and I think maybe this is where the confusion lies, in the chart on page 3, it talks about spine trail lighting, and it shows that it's included in the minutes of settlement, yes. But we're not saying that all of these issues are in direct conflict. So in condition number 3, it talks about how the owner shall agree to provide illumination for the entire length of the town-wide spine trail to town standards and to the satisfaction of the director. So the first comment, let's say, the place lights on timer on at dusk, minutes of settlement are silent. If council chooses to do that, that could be fine depending on the developer and the town standards and our director of Parks and Rec or our director of planning. The second part, though, do not install any lighting on Spine Trail. In my opinion, that would be a direct conflict with the express term in the minutes of settlement, and in my mind, you would be going against the minutes of settlement.
Councillor Perry.
So we've received many comments on this. There's also been minutes of settlement signed that everyone acknowledges between 2 other parties. Ultimately, I think that we can debate these issues until we're blue in the face, but without the expressed okay from the other 2 parties, I don't think anything will change. And we wouldn't be able to make those changes. So in recognition of our time, I would actually move that we refer this item to staff. And the way I would want it referred, I would want an itemized list of everything that our residents have asked us to change. I would want to present that list to the other 2 organizations to see if they'd be amenable to making changes to those where we would require their knowledge. And then if they come back and they say yes, great, then we can have a debate on whether or not we're going to change those. But if they come back and they say no, any debates that we have wouldn't be an effective use of our time, because ultimately we need them to be supportive of any changes we make. So from a procedural standpoint, I think it makes more sense that we use our time effectively and only engage in debating the issues that we know that we can change, as opposed to debating all of the issues now and then coming back and being told that we can't change them. So I would actually make that motion to refer it back to our staff to itemize the list, to approach the other two organizations to see whether or not they're amenable to us making changes to those. And if they both are, then we can debate them then. But for us to debate everything now.
Councillor Perry, I have a number of speakers. Would you want to make that motion now, or would you want to wait till they speak?
Everyone will be mad at me, but I would rather make that motion now.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Tom. Would you like to speak to it?
I think I have spoken to it. I mean, I want to have a debate, and I want us to talk about the issues that we can change. But I think it's a timing issue, and I want to make sure that we have that debate at the appropriate time, as opposed to having it now, when we might not have the authority to make those changes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Thompson, speaking to the amendment. Referral, sorry.
Thank you. I'm not sure who best to direct it. I just want to know, with regards to the referral, whether there's any sensitivities around timelines.
I will ask Mr. Downey maybe to answer that, or Mr. Ramuno, whoever feels best to answer.
I think it's going to be a little bit of both, if that's okay. So with regards to any change in the minutes, or even contemplated change within the minutes, we have...
No.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Downey?
Just the referral with regards to, if we refer this, is there any issues with timelines?
Mr. Downey?
And that's where I was going. So we've been having meetings, ongoing meetings with the developer, and we are continuing to make progress towards the signing of a subdivision agreement. And that's why I think Marco can step in this at some point. So they are working towards a development plan that that they have established and are in communications with staff on. The concern with regards to timing is if it detours or takes away or extends that time period, that may be a concern. And so that's my only issue, is that I don't know how long this process would actually go on for.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, that's my second piece is, we're referring it, but we haven't set a time limit on it. I'd be concerned about how long this referral is for. I'm fine if we want to deal with it here in GC this evening and then perhaps get some more direction by next week when we have the same conversation at council. But perhaps through you to Mr. Ramuno or Mr. Downey, with regards to circling back to them, identifying all the different ones, and then reporting back to council, how long do you estimate this would take?
Mr. Ramuno?
To you, Mr. Chair. My apologies, Councillor Thompson. Reporting, circling back to who I missed that.
Councillor Thompson?
The reason for the referral was, Councillor Perry had spoken about having an itemized list and then reaching out to both parties and getting a sense from them whether they'd be amenable or not to those different changes, and then reporting that back and then having the conversation. So my question is, you need to present them the list, have the conversation, and then circle back to us. How long of a process is that?
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. We can certainly try to have that back prior to council next week. We can certainly work with the developer. That's easy enough, but we may also have to circle back to the executive of the Ratepayers Association. But we can certainly try over the next couple of days.
Councillor Thompson?
If it's possible to do it in short order, then I'm okay with the referral.
Councillor Gardner, your name was there, but it disappeared. Did you want to speak? Councillor Gardner?
I think this is a discussion that has to happen at a general committee. So if we do it this way, we'll be having a discussion and a decision made at council. And in my opinion, that's not appropriate.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Thompson addressed my concern because we have committed, all the parties are committed to act reasonably and cooperate in order to implement the minutes of settlement. So we can't be seen to be delaying the situation. So I think that's a sensitive issue. I think if we're going to refer it back, and I don't have a problem if we're just looking at this for a week or maybe even 2 weeks, I don't know how much difference that would make. But there was a statement that there was a statement made that the town would actually come ahead, for instance, by not lighting the trails. My understanding is that the developer is paying for the lighting, not the town, and there'd be no money exchanged otherwise. So I think that should, that's my understanding. I could be entirely wrong, but I think that should be addressed.
Mayor Dahl, can we stick to the referral?
Well, I am.
itself?
As if there's a list that's going to come back, I think that has to be addressed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Councillor Tom, speaking to the referral.
Yes, thanks. I support the referral simply because, you know, we can go around the circle and debate all the finer points of what we want in the park or not in the park. I mean, it's clear that the residents, and this is my view, but it's also clear that the residents do not want lighted trails, or at least it's been expressed in that way through emails and through delegations this evening. That seems to be the main sticking point among others. So, I mean, if we're, as our solicitor has mentioned, we're mandated by the minutes of settlement to have lighted trails, then it makes no sense to debate that and put that in a motion. However, if the other parties are willing to, I mean, I couldn't imagine why the developer would say no to having us remove a cost for them in providing lighted trails. So if the residents don't want lighted trails, I don't see why they would be against removing that. So this is why I'm in favor of the referral. I'd like to know if we are looking to scale back the lighting, if the developers and the ratepayers are okay with that and it won't breach the minutes of settlement, then we can move forward. I just think it, as Councillor Perry mentioned, it makes no sense debating the finer points, structures, no structures, lights, no lights, if we can't move, if we don't know if we can move forward on changing it. So I support the referral. For me, 2 weeks, as long as it doesn't affect the timelines negatively, to the next cycle of July, so the GC of whatever Tuesday, I think it's the 4th, will be fine with me.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Tom said everything that I would have said, so ditto. And I just do, if it's appropriate, just make a comment. Looking at the report, it's not clear what tax comments were that at the last meeting. And it was a unanimous vote against lighting. So they wanted feedback from TAC, and that was what...
Stick to the referral.
Sorry, I just thought I'd put that forward, though. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Abel.
Similar, the idea of referring this to have a conversation with the two parties in agreement, if eliminating the lighting and putting maybe a light at each end is part of it, I'm all for the referral. And also the idea of laying the conduit rather than putting hydro or anything, but if they are doing it, that be part of the conversation. So I'd like to see that come back in the referral, and maybe there might be some other suggestions by both parties that would be presented to us as well. That's in line with what the residents want, and the residents want a trail that's similar to all the other trails. And that makes sense, and when it grows, it will eventually look like that.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Gardner? Second time.
Thank you. And I mean, we're here to represent the residents. If the majority of them around the golf course don't want lighting, you know, then we should listen to them. But I think Councillor Abel had an excellent point. As the developer is paying for this, we should put the infrastructure in place so that if at some point we want to do it, we can.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Mayor Dahl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, we need to be very cognizant of the fact that the discussion is between town staff, Highland Gate Development, Inc., and the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association, some of whom may be here tonight, many of whom are not. So we have to be very clear who the parties are and where that discussion happens.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Before I call the vote on the amendment, Mr. Ramuno, if we refer this to July 4th, because I do agree with Councillor Gardner that this should be discussed at a GC instead of straight out of council. If we refer this to July 4th meeting, Is that still sufficient? Like, does that delay anything, or are we still on time?
To you, Mr. Chair. I mean, at this point, if we're asked the developer, any delay is going to cause them concern because, they are moving forward with the satisfying all the conditions towards that were included in the original development approvals and working towards the finalizing agreements. We can certainly have those discussions. As the mayor mentioned, I mean, obviously there are the three parties. Easy enough for the town staff to sit down with the developer and have that discussion about that list of items. But we really need the Ratepayers Association, the executive, to report back on this discussion we're having this evening, and they need to report to the Ratepayers Association. So I'm not sure if that can happen within 2 weeks or not. But we can certainly have those discussions with the executive.
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno. And just one more question for you. Has it ever been discussed on whether any of the parties would be amenable to making any amendments to what is being presented in front of us tonight?
To you, I haven't had any of those discussions with the Ratepayers Association.
And the developer?
I'm not sure if they've had a discussion with the ratepayers regarding the lighting for the trails. Don't know.
I appreciate that. My question is the developer amenable to us making any changes, or are they?
Well, again, I think that's because it's always dependent on the third party, because the minutes of settlement were signed by the three parties: town, the developer, and the Ratepayers Association. So I think all three have to weigh in on this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perry, before I call the vote, would you like to attach a date to your amendment? July 4th? That would be the next GC meeting. Is that okay with you as the seconder? Okay, so we would have the date of July 4th, refer to July 4th. So I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? That carries. So we don't need to go back to the... So that item's been referred to the July 4th meeting. So we'll move to item number 2. Moved by Councillor Tom. You're going to move an option? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move option 1.
Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comments or questions? Actually, Councillor Tom, go ahead. You moved it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank, again, the members of the Bridge Club who've made it out. I'm not sure if there's any other members of any other community groups that have made it out to look at this item, or just to view this discussion of this item. I'm kind of at a loss for words with this report. I was under the impression that staff was going to be engaging with the community groups to, in a back and forth type of fashion, where what are your needs, what are our available facilities, their costs, their square footage, their accessibility, etc., and look to accommodate the groups in that way. And instead, we got a report back that says move forward with the demolition that we've asked for, or not on half the buildings until we can find an accommodation, and that second option, which is why I didn't move it, the delegate from the Bridge Club mentioned, doesn't even come close to accommodating their space requirements. So it's almost, it's not a viable solution even for the Bridge Club who are here tonight. I don't like when council gets this granular, and we're not the schedulers of the town facilities, so I don't know if ACC1's community hall has a accessible washroom, is accessible, which I think it is, when it's rented and for how much. So, I was shocked to know that the delegate from the Bridge Club, at least in his delegation, mentioned that he had not been provided with the bevy of town facilities, their rental costs, their square footage, and all the rest of it. I think that would have been nice to do because it saves us having to kind of debate it all now and have to go, to Al and ask him, okay, what night is the second Thursday in October free for the ACC community hall? Or so I guess my point is, I'll get to some questioning. I'll go through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Downey or Mr. Nadarozny, whoever can answer. The Bridge Club and their delegation made it clear that their scenario that they presented to staff was an ideal situation in terms of square footage and requirements for the continuation of the Bridge Club in Aurora, but they also mentioned that they would be willing to work with the town to look at what space we have available and see how we can move forward. So is it possible, Mr. Downey, that you could potentially engage in that process after we move forward with this item? I mean, I don't know if you have any comments on the specific needs of each group and whether or not we have availability at the community hall of ACC1 or, any of the various other facilities we have in town. It could take a while. I don't think we need to go into that much detail, but I think that's kind of where we are at this point. So unless you can guarantee that you'll work with all the groups to try and accommodate them as best as possible within the town moving forward, hopefully we don't have to adjudicate which rooms we're going to be using this evening.
Mr. Downey?
Through Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Perhaps I'll go a little bit through the process, and I did have a conversation with Mr. Smolak with regards to this. And I'll talk specifically about the Bridge Club, and then I can talk about some of the other groups if you wish. With regards to the Bridge Club, Mr. Smolak and I have been meeting on a yearly basis for the last decade. We have been in ongoing conversations, which is the reason they know that this building has been in question for a number of years. And during that, we'd usually meet over at Tim Hortons, and they would give me 12 checks for the year, and we would have a little update of where we are and a conversation about what's going on, and then move on. With the decision of council to demolish the building, I immediately set up a meeting with Mr. Smolak, once again, at Tim Hortons, and had a meeting with regards to what was being said in the paper. We then sent out a letter, as Councillor Abel has indicated, and had our first meeting with the Bridge Club on January 27th. At that meeting, and I explained to all the user groups with regards to Library Square that I was looking for their requirements, their absolute needs with regards to making sure that we were addressing their organization, whatever that might be. I said to them, I can't read your mind with regards to what you need or what you can live with or whatever, but you need to tell us. And so the chart that you have within your report is a reflection of those conversations. Since that time, I've met with Mr. Smolak at least on a monthly basis, going over options with regards to what we are looking at. In fact, at one point, we even had a meeting with the Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Smolak, to discuss what options we were looking at. I had coordinated a meeting with the Seniors Association to look at an amalgamation of the group, and that was not successful. We did talk about the Aurora Community Centre, and part of the concern with regards to the community center is that it does have a seating limit below the number of people that are actually in the club right now, so it couldn't accommodate all the members it presently does in the Marjorie Andrews room. It doesn't have some of the amenities that they were looking for. The facility is technically accessible. However, you need to go into the center part of where the two rinks join to get into the elevator. It takes you into a hallway. Then you have to walk around the outside of ACC1 and enter into a door off of the hallway of ACC1 in order to enter in there from an accessibility perspective. Other than that, it's a set of stairs. Certain Mr. Smolak said that that set of stairs was going to be problematic for some members, and so there was going to be a concern. One of the other concerns with regards to the community center auditorium was we were looking for space for our own town programs, which are also being displaced out of the old library. And so in the report, you see that we make reference to actually moving some of our programs into that space. So then we were going to be limiting the amount of time that was available was available to the Bridge Club. In addition to that, I had contacted the school board to see what the status of George Street Public School was, and finding out whether or not we could actually enter into that particular facility. I did not share that with any of the groups. I went to the Salvation Army, the Northridge Church, spoke to them personally, and gave a card to Mr. Smolnock, and he contacted Northridge to find out whether or not space was available there, and unfortunately it was not. I then gave him a card for the brokers for the Hallmark building, so they could contact the brokers from the Hallmark building to possibly rent space within the Hallmark building, and as far as I know, those discussions are ongoing. I looked at relocating existing programs with our existing permit holders to see if there was an opportunity to move some space around so that perhaps we could look at accommodating this. But with the area requirements specific to the Bridge Club, which are in excess of 2,200 square feet, that's a difficult task. There is only one room other than perhaps the West Mackenzie room in the senior center that is large enough in order to accommodate that, and that's the auditorium. And as I said, that's not even large enough in order to accommodate their full 250 members. The other thing I looked at was other facilities that we could possibly look at that would accommodate them, such as the Petch House, because it's sitting there. Victoria Hall, what can we do with that? Like I say, we had some limited access with regards to that. One of the reasons that I looked at the recommendation with regards to the old senior center, originally a fire hall, as you know, was it wasn't an ideal situation. If you take a look, the Bridge Club is looking for commitment. They're looking for us to commit to a space on a long-term basis, and they would like it for at least 10 years. I mean, they didn't want a space that they moved in and 6 months later found that they needed to move someplace else. The idea of being able to move from one location on a Monday night to another location on a Wednesday night to a different location on a Friday night is not within the plan because of the amount of equipment that they have to set up in order to play bridge. There was a concern with regards to setup and takedown. They are aging members, and they did not want to set up and take down tables. They didn't think they had those capabilities to do on an ongoing basis. So we're looking for staff resources to do that, and we would then have to add additional staff resources in order to make that happen, and that was discussed with Mr. Smolnak as well. The old fire hall, or the old senior center, creates a space that is accessible, be it much smaller, but as you heard from Mr. Smolnak, their biggest crowd is on Friday afternoons, where they have pretty well their full membership in. Other than that, many of their games are smaller. So I think that space, and the reason I recommended that space was, first of all, it was extremely close to where they are right now, so it's a familiar spot. It is centrally located. It is accessible. They do have access to washrooms. They do have access to water. There are storage areas available, be it it's only 800 square feet, but it would accommodate a vast majority of the games, but not all of the games that they were looking at. One of the other concerns, however, is that council's also given us direction to tear that building down. So this is only a temporary solution, and that isn't one of those things that the Bridge Club was looking for. So those are some of the considerations and some of the discussions that have been going on since January, and one of the reasons it's taken us this long to get a report before council. This is not unusual with regards to negotiations, and this is also very similar to the discussions I've had with all the other user groups that are also using the facility. So I've had similar conversations with the Air Cadets, similar conversations with Faith Fellowship Church, similar conversations with the private rentals that we have within the facility, similar conversations with the Lions Club, who have an outstanding notice of motion to be accommodated somewhere within Library Square. So we've had a number of conversations and looked at a number of options. This isn't something that is easy to do. I don't argue that, but if we had surplus space, I think that we would do our very best to accommodate. Our concern is surplus space doesn't exist.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Councillor Tom, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. It seems like there's perhaps a bit of discrepancy between the accounts. We had, a lot of conversations, and not a lot of conversations, but it seemed like a lot of conversations were had, and yet we haven't gotten any closer to finding a place where people can play bridge. I mean, from my perspective, I'm not on the ground. I don't know which rooms, how big they are, and like I said before, but it just seems like, come on, like this should be something we could figure out. You mentioned, Mr. Downey, that the ACC one is accessible. There is an elevator there. You do have to walk down a bit of a hallway, but it is accessible. There's washrooms on the second floor and near the auditorium, I believe. There's a kitchen. It's the largest space other than the West Mackenzie room. So, I know it's not the ideal scenario that the Bridge Club had envisioned, because staff had asked them for their ideal scenario, but I think what we've heard here is that the Bridge Club wants to play bridge. They want to play bridge in Aurora, and they want to do it with accessibility, with enough space to house at least as many of their members as they can, and to have some town amenities. So all I can say is I'm in favor of option one, because I think that was the mandate we gave staff and when we wanted to move forward with Library Square. But we just need staff to be able to figure this out. And, I don't know how busy is ACC1's auditorium? I don't know. It can't be 24 hours booked. Friday afternoons is booked at that auditorium. That auditorium's always empty. So I don't know these things. My only comment is I just really like staff to figure this out and accommodate one of these, the groups that have come here tonight and other groups that we're displacing by the demolition of those two buildings. And I'll leave it there, because I'm sure everyone else has something to say.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wasn't going to ask this one, but given that Councillor Tom asked the question and didn't ask for the response, so through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Downey, can you respond to Councillor Tom's question regarding ACC 1? And so is that available if the Bridge Club desires it?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes and no. I apologize for that answer, but if the Bridge Club wanted that particular facility, we would then have to determine whether or not we would then going to go off and assign additional staff to set tables up and take tables down, because that is their request. We would have to determine how long you would like this to carry on for, because they're looking for a long-term relationship, and we haven't got any indication that we're looking at building any community space that's specific to their needs. So that is a concern. We do have other programs within that particular facility. As I said, we are going to be moving some of our programs there, so we wouldn't do that now. And so we would cancel those programs in order to accommodate the needs of the Bridge Club. I don't mean to give you issues. I don't mean to give you problems. But the concern is if we had surplus space available, we would certainly do that. But we are in desperate need of additional space. One of the concerns is with regards to access to that room is when a Tigers game is going on, they would not have access to that room. So they wouldn't be able to provide access in there. We don't have storage facilities within that room, but we could build additional storage facilities in order to accommodate their needs. So it would take some modifications to the room as well. But there also may be some cancellations with regards to that in lieu of some other programs that might be taking place in the auditorium.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Councillor Kim.
And Mr. Downey, one of the big corporate residents that we have is Magna. Have you considered inquiring space from them? They've been great community neighbors in the past.
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, I apologize. With regards to space allocation, I've given you some of the steps that I've taken, and as you can appreciate, I'm at council's wish. If you want me to become a real estate agent or a broker for space for the user groups, I'm more than happy to do that. But I felt that I've taken some steps on space that I'm aware of, and I haven't gone off and then researched additional spaces that might be able to satisfy their needs and then put them in contact with that. If Magna's available, the Bridge Club can contact Magna. But if it's council's desire that I go off and start contacting other non-municipal facilities in order to accommodate the needs of the Bridge Club or any of the other user groups, I'm happy to do that under the direction of council, but it isn't something that I felt that you necessarily wanted from me.
Councillor Kim?
Mr. Downey, and you're absolutely correct. I mean, you're not a real estate broker. You probably wouldn't be a good one anyway. And just kidding. No, and with respect to your time, I know that our senior staff are under a crunch because we are without one senior member of the leadership team. So there are a lot of directors that have duplicate roles. So I'm empathetic about that. So we do know a couple of contacts with Magna. So if you could share those contacts with Mr. Smolnak. Sorry, Mr. Smolnak. That would be great. And you know, it's given that our town inventory is challenged, and we know that there are restrictions, and I think all we can do is provide the Bridge Club with the best options that we have. And I'm not sure. I know it's been verbalized. Maybe they need something in writing in terms of. I'm not convinced that from hearing Mr. Smolnak and Mr. Downey that there's been a final kind of here are the best options to present so that they can consider as a membership. You know, my last question would be, you know, in our last December 5th special council regarding cultural precinct workshop, item number 4 was that council authorized staff to proceed with an application of the demolition of 52 and 56 Victoria Street pending the relocation of tenants. So we were not going to go forward with demolition or any plans until the tenants were relocated. So this is superseding that, and I'd like to ask Mr. Downey, through you, Mr. Chair, what's changed since December? Mind you, it's been 6 months now. What's changed during that time that is giving you an ultimatum in terms of the timeline?
Councillor Kim, I'll direct that question to our CAO.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think anything is superseded. We won't proceed with demolition until we have tenants out of the building. And so this report is just the next step in that process. The timelines that were given to us suggested that by June or July we would be proceeding down a path for demolition, and clearly we can't do that while we have tenants in the building. So we're just bringing this to another update to council in terms of where we sit with that process. So nothing has changed from the direction we've received.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Nadarosny. But through you, Mr. Chair, the clause pending the relocation of tenants, that hasn't been satisfied, and that's been removed from this directive. Can you comment on that?
Mr. CAO.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's what we're attempting to achieve with this report, is the relocation of the tenants so that we can proceed with the demolition.
Councillor Kim.
Okay, because if we choose option 1, there's no mention that the condition is that on condition that the tenants are relocated. You're saying that that's implied, but it's not specified in the clause?
Councillor Kim, maybe I can shed some light too. So we actually had a motion not too long ago where we put out for an RFP for the demolition, and it was approved unanimously by this council to go forward with an RFP for demolition of those 2 buildings. And so I think that's what the change was. It's the way I see it, and I'm sure that's the way Mr. Downey and the rest of the staff were directed from this council, I believe. Maybe Mr. CAO could elaborate on that, or if I'm wrong in that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I don't think you're wrong in that at all. I think that we're sort of in a circular discussion here. I mean, we're not going to proceed with the demolition of a building while there's tenants in it. We've been asked to relocate the tenants and to get ready for demolition, and we're making our best effort to find spaces to accommodate not only our own programs, but those other tenants that have been in the building. And so we're at an impasse because we don't have municipal space. This isn't the case of allocating existing municipal space and trying to find the right configuration and having a bunch of people trying to get the same space. We physically don't have municipal space. We were never given direction to spend money to make capital improvements to buildings, to accommodate other tenants, things like that. So if that's the direction council wants to do at this juncture, given the work that we've done and the lack of success we've had in some areas, then we would take that direction. But basically, we're at an impasse as well as staff because we have nowhere else to go with proceeding with demolition until we come to some resolution on the tenants.
Councillor Kim?
No, I get that, but it's still, that clause is removed, stating that, essentially we're moving forward because previous council, we did move forward with the demolition and to go with the RFP. There was no stated date on when that actual demolition was going to take place. And so chronologically, it didn't really impede the December motion pending the relocation. And I totally understand that, we're not necessarily, this is not an official town program, but it's just a goodwill gesture in that this is impacting quite a few, 250 residents is quite a bit. So I'm going to ask this question then. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Nadarosny, when is the ideal time? I know for construction there's certain seasons that are more amenable to others. So for demolition, what season is the best with respect to cost effectiveness in terms of the RFP getting out, the actual demo happening? When's the actual, what season is best?
I'll direct that to Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's no preferred time. It could be done at any time. We're just trying to simply move forward. We feel as the direction of council now that you've asked us to put in an RFP and you've actually allocated funds for a demolition. We'd like to be able to at least start moving forward with that. But there is no preferred time for a demolition.
Councillor Kim?
Okay, great. So if there's no preferred time, October 1st is really 3 months away. I would like to amend this to at least say November 30th. It gives an extra 2 months for the members to make a more concerted effort to find at least a temporary home, and maybe during that time, Mr. Downey can provide just 3 or 4 options, even if it's not realistic options, at least some options that they can consider.
Do I have
their membership?
Sorry, do I have a seconder to that amendment?
Because it doesn't seem like the demo is going to happen right on October 1st or October 30th, so why not, I'm not even sure if it's going to happen this year, so why not extend it November 30th? But if I'm not going to have a second, there's no point belaboring that.
Would you like an answer to that question, Mr. Downey? Sure. Mr. Downey? Will the demo, if this report, I guess the question from Councillor Kim is if the report goes, if this gets passed, would the demolition occur October 1st? Or just slightly after?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd slightly after. It's the timing that I would put together. So with this report, if this report got approved, that way then I could put that actually right into the RFP, that demolition needs to take place sometime after October 1st, and we could pick a date. But what our preferred date would be, and that way I could clearly communicate to council and to the public when there would be an expectation of those buildings coming, of that building coming down. The option, however, with option 1, it would also cause the removal of 52 or 56, 52 Victoria, and we have the Air Cadets in there that we haven't had a discussion with regards to this evening, and they have similar space requirements to the Bridge Club. In fact, they need totally dedicated space.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Councillor Kim?
Yeah, so, this demo, and I do understand the implications of the demo and what it symbolizes, and I agree with that. So long as the RFP states a date that we're going to go ahead with the demolition, I think it satisfies what we're trying to achieve. in bringing the cultural precinct plan forward. And so I'm just asking that that date just be moved by a couple of months, just to give more time. I don't see anything wrong with that because there's no existing plan to replace that. So if no one's going to second it, there's no point for me continuing it.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I didn't second that motion is I don't think this is going to be that big of a deal. I think that we will be able to find a solution before the October 1st deadline. Through you to Mr. Downey, Mr. Chair. Now, there's been a change of position from the Aurora Bridge Club's position. Initially, they needed a space that was something that was left up. They've now agreed that they'd be willing to look at options where they have to set up and take down. So through you to Mr. Downey, are there other options for them now that are available that weren't necessarily open to them before?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it sounds like 800 square feet's not enough. So they'd be looking for at least 1,000 or probably closer to 1,500. That leaves very few rooms other than, once again, the ACC. So I would be looking at the auditorium and finding out what I could do as far as accommodating them within the auditorium, and determining what impact that might have with regards to them being taking over the auditorium. As you know, we have a capital budget item right now for renovations of that space, so we wouldn't be renovating that space anymore. Even though we have approval to move forward with that. So I would cancel that RFP and not move forward with it. So there are some implications with regards to how we are dealing with, how we deal with it. But the ACC seems to be the only space that provides an answer within a municipal facility. I'm continuing to try to find where I can put them outside of a municipal facility, but I'm not very successful. This does raise the concern, however, and I don't want to make light of it. We haven't addressed the Air Cadets, and they're going to need similar area dedicated.
And Mr. Downey, I appreciate that, but we'll stick to the report. I'll hold you to the same rules as council. So, Councillor Perry.
So
the Air Cadets is in the report.
But I think my question was answered within the first sentence of Mr. Downey's response. So I do think that there are other options that aren't necessarily covered in this. I think I agree that 800 square feet isn't ideal. If we move to, option B, I would be amenable to that in the short term. But again, the issue around the table is that we don't have enough space. We all acknowledge that we don't have enough space. That's why we're going through this process of building Library Square. It's because we don't. And maybe in my view, the days of having a space that is open, where they don't have to take down, set up, moving forward in perpetuity is gone, but I do think there's a great opportunity to continue to partner and to build something in the long term, which is what they're looking for. But we do need to move forward. I think the York Region Police might be an option, but again, all of these are things that I think staff are able to find answers to. I don't think that we need to find all of the answers here tonight. Mr. Downey is well aware of our conversations. And I think one of the other issues that wasn't necessarily spoken about to a large extent was the ability, from what we're hearing as well, there is really only one really big night, and that's the Friday afternoon. Everything else, they're a little bit smaller. So really, from my perspective, we're looking to accommodate the larger group one day a week. And if they have to go to a different space for all the different for all the other sessions, but for the one session, I think it's not ideal, but we're not talking about a long-term 10-year position here. We're talking about what can we do in the interim to make sure that, once we do have something new built, there's space for them. And I think all of us around the table would agree that the Bridge Club is a vital part of our community, and we need to make sure that they are accommodated in the long term. But really, we're talking about undertaking works on these sites in the short term. And so from my perspective, any accommodations that we need to be made need to be done in the short term, and it won't be the most comfortable situation, but we've seen through other groups in the community that it gets done. So I have full faith in Mr. Downey's ability to get this done. I understand that we're putting him under some pressure. I think if Mr. Downey wanted to be a real estate broker, like everything else that he's done to date, if he sets his mind to it, he'll do a good job. So I have full faith in Mr. Downey's ability to get this done. And I understand that there are some stresses, but I have faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When it came to voting on the demolition of the buildings, I tried to vote against it, but I got a little confused in my voting, so I'm not sure it showed on the record. So I can't see a solution here, and I really don't know if it's fair to ask Mr. Downey. I mean, Mr. Downey can try, but he does have a full-time job, and we need him to do the full-time job. So if he can make a few phone calls, perhaps he could do that, but we're putting a lot on him, and I think it's kind of an impossible situation. Saying that, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Downey, you mentioned the Petch House. How large is the Petch House?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's even smaller. It's only about 500 square feet, so it's even worse than the other. That's why, like I say, I mention it only so I can write it off the list. Okay, I looked at it. No, it doesn't work. I move on. It hasn't got hydro. It hasn't got water. It hasn't got a lot of different things. It's not accessible either. So,
thank you, Mr. Downey. Councillor Gardner?
I know that I was going to ask you how much that would cost, but not for 500 square feet. We do have some rooms in the town hall. We have the councillor's lounge that is never used anymore. It's just become a storage space. I don't know if Mr. Downey knows how big that is. We also have the lunchroom upstairs, which is a beautiful space, and the other part of that room, which we use for the art exhibit. I'm sure that's not used on Sundays, and maybe it doesn't have to be used Friday afternoon after the lunch hour. So I'd like to have Mr. Downey's comments on those two options.
Mr. Downey?
Mr. Chair, those are all smaller than 800 square feet, so it's even worse than we have that I'm proposing at the old senior center. So there is a concern with regards to access and when they want to play. So town hall would now have to be accessed more often, additional staff, those types of things. So I could give those some consideration, but if they can't play in 800 square feet, I don't know how they would be able to do that in the cafeteria, which is less than 800 square feet.
Councillor Gardner?
Follow up, the cafeteria and that space that's the Skylight Gallery, those spaces combined must be pretty close to that.
Mr. Downey?
Yes, that would be a larger space. If council would like me to consider that, I'm more than happy to do so. I can give you some limitations with regards to that.
Councillor Gardner?
They would have to change their Friday open game. It's at 12:45 now. It would have to be after our staff used it during their lunch hour, but it's a possibility. With respect to the private group on page 3, they need to be on the transit line. Is Victoria Hall, through you, Mr. Chair, is Victoria Hall large enough for that?
Mr. Downey?
I'm sorry, for the private rental?
The private group.
Yeah, the Victoria Hall is not large enough for them, but it may have to do, and it's not ideal for them because they usually get into some breakout areas, but it is something that we can certainly consider. The issue with that is they need it exactly the same night as we have the Scottish dancers in there. So now do I remove them in order to accommodate that group? So that's one of the concerns with Victoria Hall, is that it would then mean a relocation for the Scottish dancers if they could be moved to another night, and I'm not aware whether they can. I haven't approached them with regards to that. So that's part of that issue. One of the areas that I haven't looked at is the cultural center. So if Brevik Hall is available in council's mind, I'm more than happy to look at Brevik Hall, but that would limit the amount of activities that the cultural center could have within the cultural center. But that may be amenable to council. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Councillor Gardner?
Well, that would also have to be a discussion with the Cultural Center and what they have booked, because I think they book out quite far in advance. So the Faith Fellowship Baptist Church might be able, you said that they could maybe move to the senior center? Because they could also move up to that room on a Sunday for the town hall, at the town hall?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, in my report I identified that the Mackenzie West room, as well as the two priestly rooms and the kitchen, would be available, and that would satisfy their needs. The concern with that, and I have contacted them, but they haven't got back to me, is that the rent triples. So that may be problematic for them, and I'm not aware of that. As they say, they haven't communicated back to me whether or not that's a concern. And if it is, then there may need to be some consideration given by council to subsidize their use of that particular facility.
Councillor Gardner?
And I don't know if council subsidizes the use of faith groups to use our building. That would be maybe a policy change or a new policy. It's something we'd have to look at. With respect to the Canadian Children's Theatre, we just don't have anything 4,000 to 6,000 feet. So that's on page 5. So it goes back to the same issue. And lastly, on page 4 and 5, with respect to the Town of Aurora community programs and the summer camps, that maybe speaks to a service level that the Town of Aurora provides. So, and we use the space, we could use the space at ACC 1 for those programs. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Downey.
Mr. Downey?
To you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, and that's one of the issues that I'll be happy to bring forward to council as to whether there's a conflict between the programs that we would be operating the facility and whether that would have a conflict with the Bridge Club, and that council may have to venture into a decision as to whether we support the programs of the Bridge Club or the programs of the town for the use of that space, because we are limited to what we can do for our programs as well in the space that we can use.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Councillor Gardner?
I don't know if it's the right word, conundrum. Is that the right word? I don't know what the answer is unless we can find some vacant industrial space that would be willing to be used. I know that the south part of town has a lot of vacant space, so I don't know if there's something there that we could find. Mr. Downey, maybe you could take a drive around and then go to Tim Hortons.
Is that a question, Councillor Gardner? Or a statement? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the obvious space is the Armory, and it's right there in the town park. It's town-owned. But just for clarification, it's public knowledge May 23rd that in closed session the town was discussing a letter of intent at 89 Moseley. And 89 Moseley is the Armory, and a letter of intent is a document containing a declaration of intentions of the writer. And furthermore, a document outlining one or more agreements between two or more parties before the agreements are finalized. So that's why we're not talking about the Armory. It's town-owned. We have a need for it. Why we're talking about this in closed session when we have an obvious demand for that space is beyond me. It's perfect. It's perfect for the cadets. It's perfect for the Bridge Club. It's perfect for our community. When we do plan things, we think long range, and we've known for a long time we need programmable space. It's a fact. Known it since I started on council 6 years ago. We do not have enough facilities. We shouldn't be moving our town-owned facilities and entering agreements when we need that space. It's got to be declared surplus. It should be an expression of interest.
Mayor Dodd, point of order.
Question through you to the solicitor. I think that we're straying outside closed session confidentiality. You mentioned closed session.
I'll direct it to Mr. Sario just to hear what she has to say. Mr. Sario, or is this conversation straying into?
It may get there. I just would suggest you discuss only what you can discuss, and just a reminder that anything that happened in closed session cannot be discussed. What do you want me to say?
I will, Councillor, I will allow you to continue, but if we stray into those conversations, then I will have to ask you to stop with the conversations on the Armory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I hope my time wasn't taken up on that brief point. I'm just reading what is on our agenda. It says, closed session, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the town or local board, Section 239 of the Municipal Act. Closed session report, letter of intent, 89 Mosley. That's all. That's public knowledge. Also, on December 5th, when we decided we were going to do the demolition and give notice, we also asked, Council approved a motion to preserve the main features of the town park and have staff report back on specific enhancements to town park for consideration by council. In regards to the Armory, staff was directed to report back on estimates for repurposing of the Armory and to initiate a design exercise. So, since December 5th, just to give you some idea, we did come back to council and we did say we wanted to do a library square design. We hired Fotan. It came back to us, and we've decided not to go ahead with the Fotan concept, but we are going to go ahead with the demolition. So it's poor planning on the part of our town that we are in this conundrum. We really could have been repurposing the Armory knowing that we're going to displace the tenants and then let's put in some more programmable space in the library square so that we can move you back into that. It's no different than providing soccer fields. It's no different than providing senior center and all the other facilities that we have, providing for our community. And as a councillor, that's what I feel our role is to provide for our community. So we know we need programming space, and this programming space we've seen with all the tenants is extremely important. To do the demolition, you should have a design and funding all approved and in place. To demolish it, just for the sake of demolishing it, and then go through the process, it could be months, it could be years before we get the final design and we get the final funding all in order. It would make more sense to put the design and the funding in place and then say, now is the time we're going to do the demolition. But we're not doing that. We're not doing anything right, and we haven't done it from the very beginning. We should be thinking long-term and planning ahead. We've known for as long as I've been on council and beforehand that we're going to do something with that library square. We have identified that we are short facilities. We should have been thinking of how we're going to accommodate long-term facilities, what we're going to do in between, and we shouldn't be doing anything until we have a surplus with our facilities for our community. That armory has been identified in report after report as something we can use for our community. We did repurposing studies. We know that we can find a use for that armory. And right now is a perfect example. We also know that we don't have to do the demolition until we have a design and we have funding all approved. Then we do the demolition. We haven't even started that process. We haven't even put out an RFP. So why we're doing this to our community is beyond me. I can't support anything unless we put things in place. And to put this in perspective, it'd be like tearing down an arena and telling the kids you can't play hockey anymore, and we don't know if we're ever going to build one again, and go somewhere else. So I want you to all know that I'm not in favor of any of this, the way this process has gone. We can do a much better job in going ahead with the library square and finding programmable space that we have facilities for it. And we shouldn't be doing anything until we look after our community. So those are just my thoughts on round one.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Yeah. Councillor Thompson?
I think, Councillor Gardner, you're right. It is a conundrum. And certainly, from my perspective, we had a conversation earlier about the date and whether the date's October 1st or November 30th. I mean, it's 100 days or 160 days, and if there's a solution to be found, it will be found within those 100 days, it's my belief. If council moves forward with this motion, my expectation would be that staff and council would continue to work with the various groups to find solutions that we can present. They may not be ideal, but I would hope that staff would present to all the groups at least an option, whatever that best possible option would be for each individual group to keep moving forward. We can understand the challenges that each group possess, but I know conversations that I've had, as well as other members of council, reaching out to other community members about a space that they may have that is non-municipal, see if those are alternatives. I would hope that if any of those opportunities present themselves, that they would be presented to the groups as well as options to consider. And my expectation is that between now and October 1st, that somehow it will get figured out. But I don't know if it will be ideal, but there will be some options available for sure. I think we've all expressed the part of this issue reinforces the fact that we are challenged. The town continues to grow. We don't have enough public community space. We don't have enough sports facility. And so we continue to look this term to address all of those needs. And part of the driver on Library Square has been the fact that there is a plan. There is a plan to build a facility adjacent to the Church Street School to accommodate more public space. I think I've yet to hear anybody around this table say that they don't agree with that concept. We may not all agree with what the final look of Library Square will be, but I think everybody is on the same page that we need to replace those aging facilities with something new. I mean, that's one of the drivers that we've done. We've talked over and over about the fact that when Mr. Downey presented us with a repurposing study, that there was millions of dollars necessary for the renovation of the armory, the old senior center, the old library, and we as a group made a choice to move forward with the demolition of those facilities because we didn't want to put more money into them, that we wanted to build and create something new within that space. So I understand the challenges, but perhaps through you to Mr. Nadarozny. Mr. Nadarozny, would an amendment be necessary to continue the efforts to try and, or at least let's say continue our best efforts to try and assist those groups as a relocation? I think back to the letter you sent in February, which really, granted it said may or may not be able to assist, but it did say that we would do our best to try and help with any relocation. So in your perspective, do you see staff and still trying to assist them between now and October 1st, should this motion pass?
Mr. CAO.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly we would attempt to assist, but I would also want to be realistic. As Mr. Downey has outlined, we've gone through considerable effort, talked about accommodating groups that aren't even on the radar to try and free up space, to make
Mr. CAO,
space.
Can I stop you for a minute? I need a motion to extend. Moved by Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Tom. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Sorry, Mr. CAO. Continue.
Certainly. So we have gone through a fairly exhaustive effort to try to utilize the space that we have some control over. So quite frankly, without the injection of some new thing, we're going to be in the same place in 60 days unless the demands change, the needs change from the user groups, or we bring some more resources to the table. If this council would like us to go out in the market and find space and rent it, and then give it away or sublet it at a price less than we're paying for it, then a whole world of opportunities become possible. But I don't want to mislead this council into thinking that with another 60 days and some creative thinking, we are going to solve an 8,000 square foot space problem with no additional space or resources. It's just not going to happen.
Councillor Thompson.
And I understand that, and from my perspective, we've talked about the ACC auditorium, and maybe, that option is presented to some of the groups and say, it's not the ideal scenario for you, but, here's what we can offer you. No different than, I know you mentioned it in the report in terms of an alternative about exploring non-municipal space. Well, maybe that does come back to this council and says, is there appetite for that or not? That's not part of the conversation tonight. But, maybe that is a short-term temporary solution while we work through this process. I think that I'd like to be able to say to all the groups at the end of this process that we made every attempt to try and help find them a solution.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Humphreys.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to ask if we could add, on this motion on the table, that we continue to work to find space for the community groups. And I don't want to just restrict to town facilities. I know that when we don't have programming spaces, we go out and make, negotiations with schools or facilities when we're running out. You're right, the town is growing. We have lots of programs going on, and we're trying to accommodate the need. There's a great need here. I learned a lot tonight about the Bridge Club that I was not aware of, just how much how high the membership is and how successful it is. So if there's anything further we can do, I would like that. Maybe there was some thought process around not necessarily having the same site. It looks like Friday's the big day, and maybe there's accommodation in another site for the other days. That can work. And if it happens to be in one of our arenas or facilities, we do have people there that are working from an operations perspective, keeping things running, and I'm sure they could help with tear down and set up. So it's just an option. I know that we've done a lot. I'm not sure if we've exhausted every corner, but maybe there's some more work that can be done, and wondering if there could be a working session with staff and the president of the club, of the Bridge Club, just to really continue to work together. So I don't know if that's a motion we can add.
Are you making an amendment?
I'd like to. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but that staff continue to work looking for space.
So the amendment is the staff continue to
work with
working
community groups,
into
yeah.
looking for additional space or for temporary space to accommodate the displaced groups. Seconded by Councillor Perry. Comments or questions on the amendment? Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are they going to look outside of what the town facilities? Is that what? Because we already know that if they go outside, it drastically changes. And there was also, I think, an astute observation that if we're going to look outside the town facilities, it's going to cost more money. And therefore, our obligation is to supplement that. That's not part of the motion, because if that's not part of it, then all they're going to do is look at facilities that we have, and we've already done that. I mean, we've gone right around this table. We're going to go in the lunchroom upstairs. So I think, in all respect, unless we're looking for a benevolent property owner that will accommodate 8,000 square feet at a subsidized rate, I don't know. I think it's noble, but I don't think it's going to, I don't think we're going to have anything, a fruition, whatever that time is. I really think, I don't know that I can support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'm fine with the amendment, but, you know, I want to take our CAO's comments, you know, in consideration, that we're going to make best efforts. We're going to try and be able to, you know, explore all options. But at the end of the day, we're all hopeful. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's no guarantee.
Any other questions to the amendment? I'll call a question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Amendment carries. Back to the main motion as amended. And we had Mayor Daw on the list.
I almost forget where we are. It's a little disconcerting, Mr. Chair, that very few members of council, or not all members of council, are discussing the fact that there's 8 groups in this report, not one. And I get requests from other groups all the time for space. So I think we need to be cognizant that there's a number of people who are looking for space. So if the town has an obligation, we've got an obligation to all of them. That includes Rotary and Optimus and the Lions. Their Lions are mentioned in here. So I don't believe that the town has an obligation or responsibility to find space or subsidize programs that are not town related. We have an obligation to help, and if we can do that, that's great. Mr. Downey has attempted to help with the Bridge Club. I've made some calls myself. I unfortunately have not made contact with people I need to talk to. But I will continue to do that. But we made a unanimous decision to demolish the building, the old library. Unanimous means everybody. So we made the decision knowingly. We made a decision that is unfortunate for a certain number of our residents and other people who come into town, but we made that decision because we feel it's in the best interest of the town as a whole. And that is our obligation. Our overall obligation is to the town as a whole. Our job isn't easy. All the decisions are not necessarily easy or popular, but that's why we are here. So I have no problems. I supported the amendment to continue looking because that's what we should do. But I think we need to remember that we're here to provide equality, and we've discussed this in many different issues. Although I did have a quick question. I don't know if Mr. Downey knows this. The size of the armory, I don't know that. If Mr. Downey.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, 8,000 square feet.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Mayor Daw?
I appreciate Mr. Downey. I was going to ask for Mr. Downey's perspective on all this, so I do appreciate his comment. And we have. I'm not sure. I mean, if it's up to us to go out to groups or to other areas. I mean, we gave them information. We gave the Bridge Club information on the Hallmark building. So where does our obligation lie? Where does our obligation stop? I think we need to have that discussion as a council. So I support the report that's on the floor. I have no problem with the option that Councillor Tom picked. I think we made the decision to move ahead, as I said. I think we need to stick to that.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm totally, I can't agree with anything, or some of the things that the mayor said. I think our obligation is to our community. I think we can agree on that. I don't think demolishing the old library without accommodating the users is appropriate. I think it's our obligation to plan, and I don't know why we can't use the Armory. It's just natural that we would be using the Armory. It's perfect. We have no...
Point of order? Wait 1 second, Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Abel knows full well why we can't use the Armory. He is not being honest. He was in closed session. He voted for it. He knows full well. He knows full well what is happening with the Armory.
Question of privilege.
I think he wants to rephrase that I'm not being honest. I take exception to that comment. I'm merely stating a fact.
Well, Councillor Abel, I'm actually going to vote in favor of Councillor Thompson's point of order due to the fact that it is knowledge of every councillor sitting here at this table of the discussions in closed session. And I agree with Councillor Thompson that you are fully aware of those discussions and the direction that was presented to staff, and it's misleading to the public to state otherwise. And so I will vote in favor of Councillor Thompson's point of order. You may continue, Councillor Abel.
What about my question of privilege, him saying I'm not being honest?
I voted in favor of the point of order, basically agreeing that you weren't being honest to the public. You can challenge the chair if you'd like.
I don't think I'm going to bother challenging the chair. The problem is what I'm saying is we have a facility, the Armory. That's truthful. We own that. We are in control of it. We are now discussing in closed session a letter of intent. And in my opinion, that's a shame. I don't think we should demolish anything until we have the design in place. When we have that in place, then we set upon the demolition. That will bide months, if not years, for our tenants. And in that time, we should also find ways to accommodate. So I think we should go and buy another facility or build one for the one that we could be using, that we own and we have control of. We really have no business doing that. And that's being honest. I'd like to put an amendment on the floor that no demolition take place until a design and funding has been approved.
Councillor Abel, that would be a reconsideration.
It's not a reconsideration, it's a timeline.
No, the council has already made a decision to demolish the buildings and an RFP to be submitted. So therefore, any consideration to not demolish the building at this time would need a reconsideration by this council.
So if we can be honest, that building's coming down, whether you have a spot or not, whether we found accommodation or not, that building's coming down. And I will not be in favor of that. That's a shame. We should be looking after our community. Let's bring the community back into the focus of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Before I move on, I just had a few comments. It is a shame, actually, that councils of the past didn't make this decision, because we wouldn't be here today. And this is part of the reason is no one's been able to make a decision to say, hey, let's stand up, we need to move forward. And when we're looking at doing for what's best for our community, I agree with the mayor. The best interest of this community is to develop and build more community space. That is part of the process that we've been doing with this library square. We've developed a concept. We've found components. We've discussed this at length. We have 15 years of studies. We've talked to every community partner. We've talked to all the committees. We've talked to residents, had open houses. And the common theme has come back that we need more community space, we'd like to see a civic square, and that's what this council's doing. And the decision is the best way to get that extra community space is to demolish those 2 buildings. And so that's what this council has decided as a group to move forward with. And we said, let's find that temporary space for the tenants of those 2 buildings. And that's what we're trying to do. And it is a struggle. And that's what has become evident to all of us here, is that we don't have that community space. And that's why there's a need to build more community space. Councillor Abel is correct in the one statement that he makes, that we need to build more community space. That's what we're trying to do. And it's unfortunate that some people will be displaced, but when we're going to look for that temporary space, but that's the thing, is it will be temporary space, whatever we do find. And we can look at relocating you back into a more permanent space once we do develop and build that extra community space. So I'll just stop there at this point, and I'll move to Councillor Tom, and then maybe I might have a little bit more to add at the end of this. But Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, some of the language we're getting into discussions here is quite unfortunate. It's been pointed out a number of times, but let me just reiterate. On December the 5th, at the special council meeting, I believe there was a motion that I think I supported at the time. I know Councillor Abel certainly has, based on his comments tonight, that we wait until we have a plan in place, design in place, before we move forward with demolition of the properties. That was not approved by that special council, and instead what was approved, I will say, by all council members, including Councillor Abel. Whether he's at a change of heart now is fine, but he definitely supported it on the 5th of December, which was, after that failed, we move forward with what's currently on the books, which is to move forward with the demolition. So perhaps he's had a change of heart. That happens. It's totally fine, but let's just be clear about what happened and what hasn't happened. And again, it's unfortunate we get into these discussions, but I just think that the record has to be stated if it's being trotted out as rationale. These buildings operate annually at a loss of almost 50 grand. They require significant infrastructure upgrades. I don't know if the infrastructure upgrades are included in the report, but they require new HVAC. There's a litany of items that are required to maintain, just to bring them up to standard of the town. And so, you know, that has to play a factor as well. It did when we talked about the demolition back in December, and I think it does now. I think we all want a solution that the Bridge Club can continue to play bridge in Aurora and do the great things that they do. I think that's totally possible. I know that we've had just challenges with space that the staff, town staff have outlined. We have till October to try and accommodate the group within our facilities the best way we can, and I think that we can do it. I mean, I'm a, you know, solution-oriented people. I think we have solution-oriented people at the town of Aurora, both in the Bridge Club and in our staff. And I think we can make the best of the situation that we have. But the reality is, as the mayor mentioned, we've made a decision to move forward with the demolition of these buildings, repurposing the space for enhanced community space and to drive economic development to the core of our downtown. And in my opinion, we have to make or move forward with that process. So I'm in favor of the motion on the floor, and I'm in favor of staff continuing to work with the Bridge Club and the 7 other user groups to look for options within town facilities that can accommodate their use. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Tom. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a shame that I've seen less flip-flopping at fishing tournaments than I've seen here tonight. Council unanimously decided to move forward in the demolition of these buildings. To claim now that we weren't in favor of demolishing those buildings, it's disingenuous. We need to move forward. And so I can't state enough that there are solutions to be found. It's difficult when you're staring at the problems now to see the solutions, but I have full faith that we'll be able to come to something that works for all of the tenants. And as Mr. Downey stated already, you know, there hasn't been space allocated and found for the Air Cadets to date. But we're going to keep working. We're going to keep working with all the tenants to make sure that we have something that works in the long run to the best of our ability, and I'm confident in our ability to get things done. So I look forward to voting in favor of this, and I look forward to moving forward, because we've all identified, we can't say this enough, that there is not enough community space. That's why we're undertaking this process. We're doing this to build more community space. And so to be paralyzed by the decision of a catch-22 and not make a decision because it's easier than not moving forward, that's not what we're elected to do. We're elected here to move forward. We're elected here to make decisions. And sometimes the tough decisions are the right decisions. And in the long run, this is the right decision. It will have growing pains. Nobody here says that it won't. But we need to move forward so that this situation doesn't happen for councils in the future. So I look forward to moving forward and you know, getting it done.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Kim.
You know, the reason for my proposed amendment that was defeated an hour ago to November 30th was really just to buy time. Give the membership an extra couple of months to enjoy the facility, and you know, and I do understand that, you know what, if we're not going to find, if you only have 7 square kilometers of area to look at for a solution, and you're not going to find it in the next 90 days, it probably won't be had in the next 60 days after that. For me, as human beings, sometimes it takes some time to kind of get it to our heads that, you know what, this is not possible. So my gesture was just to buy time and that they can enjoy the facilities a little bit longer, and who knows, you know, miracles do happen. With the amendment, that staff will continue to work with the membership, all the members of the groups. I'm happy to support the motion, the amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to make a correction. So the clause that we're referring to from the December 5th meeting, clause 4 from the motion, specifically states that council authorized staff to proceed with an application for the demolition, of 52 and 56 Victoria Street, pending the relocation of the tenants. And on a recorded vote, it was actually 8-1, with Councillor Gartner voting against. So just to be perfectly clear, the rest of us voted in favor of it.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to add up the number of square feet that the groups are asking for. And, well, it's somewhere around 4,000. I think we have to be very careful and not mislead any groups. The Bridge Club has come out, and I thank them for that. But there's other groups here. We can't promise that when we do new community space that we are going to be able to accommodate them all. It's unrealistic and unfair to the groups, because we know that some around the council want to expand the museum. So we will do our best. We will try our best. But we may not succeed. So we just cannot make promises that we may not be able to keep.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. And I agree with a lot of the comments around the table, that the fact that this is whatever we try to come up with is a temporary solution. By all means, I don't think that there's anything out there that would be a long-term permanent solution, and so that's what we're looking at. And so I think at the end of the day, there has to be a compromise. Excuse me. There has to be a give and take from all sides, and I think that whether that means less square footage, you know, there might be smaller space, there might be, you know, the time frame, you might have to move from one facility to another. We're going to have to come up with those creative solutions. And I agree with Councillor Perry that I think that staff will be able to come up with something by October 1st, hopefully, that will be creative, that the Bridge Club and some of the other tenants, knowing the predicament that we're in, that there is no space, that they'll be able to agree that for that temporary solution, it's the best thing for for this time and moving forward until we can find that permanent solution for everyone. And hopefully we can down the road. So with that being said, I'll call the vote. Motion on the floor as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Council, before we move to the next one, should I just get a motion to extend? And if this is the question, if we are going to extend for a longer period of time, then we should take another health break due to the fact that it's been 2 hours. Councilor Gardner?
Can we know from the clerk what is time sensitive on this agenda?
Would you know, Mr. CAO?
Mr. CAO.
I defer to Mr. Romano if any of the planning items are time sensitive.
Mr. Romano, any of the planning items time sensitive? That can't be, that have to be dealt with tonight, that can't be dealt with next week?
No, I mean, they could wait till council next week.
Okay. Mr. CAO?
No, good.
It would seem with that we're good in terms of nothing absolutely has to be done tonight.
Can I just make a suggestion? We have had a few members of the public wait around, so I would like to actually do those items because they've waited around. So that would be the item. Is it 4 items? R8, 9, 11, and 12. The ones we move forward. I would suggest that we try to get those done. We'll do it 30 minutes right now, but we do have to take as part of our procedural bylaw the health break. So you want to waive that health break? Okay, well, if I can get a motion to waive the health break. Moved by Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Thompson. I need 2/3. All those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So I need a motion now to extend it to 11:30. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Perry. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we will continue with R8. Can I get a motion? Moved by Mayor Dawes, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Abel. Oh, did you want to speak, Councillor Abel, or was that on there from before?
That was on from before.
Apologize. Did you want to speak? Okay, Councillor Abel.
I'll support the notice and the recommendations, and I have to be excused.
So noted. Thank you, Councillor Abel. Any other comments or questions on this one? Seeing none, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we'll move to R9. Get someone to put a motion on the floor, please. Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Perry. Any comments or questions on this item? Councillor Carr. So should we just table this for right now and move to the next item? So motion to table. Councillor Perry, second by Councillor Kim. All those in favor? Opposed? That's tabled. R11. Can I get a motion to put this on the floor? Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Kim. Comments or questions on R11? Anybody? Once, twice? Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions with respect to this item, and I just want to know, and perhaps reiterate for those who are interested, the chronology of this item. So, on November 24th, 2015, the Finance Advisory Committee was given a presentation by Sport Aurora. They outlined 3-year budget projections, and this is with respect to funding allocations for what was then not passed yet, but as the sport plan for year one. And it indicated that Sport Aurora was in a negative position of $55,000 for 2016, $39,000 for 2017, and $46,000 for 2018. The next phase in the process was then that the sport plan was adopted by council, and on the council meeting of March 29th of 2016, we approved that Sport Aurora would implement year one of the sport plan for a sum of $56,000. The presentation made to the Finance Advisory Committee and the rationale for the funding of the year one of the sport plan was indicated in the presentation and also reiterated at a delegation that evening, which was that the Trillium funding for Sport Aurora had run out. They were in the hole $55,000, and that, you know, if we were able to fund the group for that amount of money, they would implement the sport plan. It would bridge the gap in terms of their ability. In fact, I think the presentation even mentioned that they had a local sponsor ready to help keep us Sport Aurora fully functioning, but they were, as of right now, running on a small reserve until they attract additional financial support or create new revenue streams. So the town's agreement then was, okay, implement year one of the sport plan, and then we'll fund you the $55,000 or $56,000 that was required. It ended up being, I think, almost less than or just over half the amount of dollars we had allocated for year one of the sport plan, which was $100,000. We then moved to the budget for 2017, which was the budget meeting I'm referring to was November 28th, and that was in 2016, when we got a request from Sport Aurora to implement year two of the sport plan. I know there were some discussions about how the contract for year one, it was actually over, I think, April 1st, so we'd already actually funded the sport plan up until the end of March. And so the numbers changed quite significantly from Sport Aurora's projections from their presentation to the Financial Advisory Committee in 2015 to the budget, special GC operating budget on November 28th, 2016. They include the Activate Aurora, both revenue and expense, but it negatives itself out, so the 250 on either end is just added in, but the numbers did change significantly other than that. I think the difference from, in terms of spending from their projections for 2017 from a year and a half ago to 6 months ago was about, let me just be sure here, it went from 110,195 to 21,165, bear with me here. Minus 250. So minus taking out the Activate Aurora portion of both revenue and expense, the expenses for 2018 is 171,165, and for 2018 of the original presentation was 118,270. So there's been huge changes in what their request has been of the town. I'm just highlighting that because I'm going to get to it in a second. So the next meeting we had with Sport Aurora was for, I actually couldn't attend, but it was the budget consultation meeting which took place on May 31st of 2017. And again, the numbers from that meeting match up with the numbers we got from the November 28th meeting. And it looks, but it separates out the money that we set aside, the $93,692, which is the substance of this report, although it calls it funds required for sustainability. And underneath that, on the chart that we received on May 31st, additional funds required for sports plan implementation is nil. There's no number there. And then for subsequent years, it's $68,074,142. And so we see for 2017, administration costs of $83,000. We see promotion of sport being $58,925, and so forth. So this is what the council was provided with at that meeting. And then we come to today's meeting, which is a couple of weeks later, and look at the totals for the 2017 budget, and they've changed. So the administration costs have gone down by from $83,020 to $54,307. The promotion of sport dollars have gone down 14,925 from 58,000. And yet, the ask is still for 93,692. So there's a significant change. There also is a change in the fact that instead of calling it additional funds required for sustainability, the additional funds required for the sport plan is now changed. So it's instead of totaled up completely, this sustainability portion is 32,692, and the additional sport plan funding is 61,000. So there's been significant changes from not only 2 weeks ago to now, but also from our what was presented to us in November, and certainly what was presented to us at the Financial Advisory Committee meeting of, I think it was November of 2015, so about a year and a half ago. So I just have questions. The year one of the sport plan was implemented with the understanding that it was kind of filling as the presentation mentioned, a kind of the Trillium grant lapse, the temporary hole, and that obviously that funding was good until April 1st of this year. We're looking at year two of the sport plan, but I have questions. So if we've earmarked $93,000 for year two of the sport plan, at least that was my understanding. But now the cost is $61,000 for the additional funds for the sport plan. So I don't know if Mr. Downey can answer this. I know that we didn't have a delegation from Sport Aurora, but I'd just like to know, there's been a bit of discrepancy, so I'd like to know if there's a reason for that, or if it can be explained to council. If Mr. Downey doesn't have those answers, and it might be the case that he doesn't, then I don't know who to ask those questions to. The CAO?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do have some of those answers, but I don't have all those answers. So might I recommend that we have a presentation on the budget by Sport Aurora at council, and so that they could then detail what all those numbers relate to, and then council could ask questions then. I want to make sure I give you accurate information, and I want to make sure I give you all the information. I'm not able to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Councillor Tom?
Thank you. I'd be happy to have a presentation done by Sport Aurora. I think that would be absolutely prudent and necessary, since there is a little bit of discrepancy with respect to some of the numbers that we've been given, especially in the last couple of weeks. But I don't feel that it's appropriate at council, because I feel like this is a matter that is substantial. We're talking about $100,000 or almost $100,000 this year. I realize we earmarked the money already, but we're talking about funding years out to the tune of $150,000 potentially. So I think that this was better taking place at a future general committee meeting, where we can get a presentation from Sport Aurora to look at these numbers and see if they can shed some light on some of those questions. So I'd move a motion to defer this to a general committee meeting whereby Sport Aurora can delegate and answer questions from council.
Councillor Tom, do you have an actual date in mind?
I don't, because I don't know what the requirements of Sport Aurora is. So I don't know what their availability is. So I would just suggest that it's upon their availability to delegate to council at a further GC meeting.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Perry, speaking to the amendment. I know that Mayor Daw, you're on for the regular. Speaking to the deferral. Sorry. Speaking to the deferral, anybody? Speaking to the deferral. You're asking for leeway? You're asking for leeway? Mayor Daw, I'll allow a little leeway. Don't stray too much, please.
No, I quite frankly, Mr. Chair, I'm disappointed that that Mr. Downey or perhaps Mr. Nadarozny can answer the question. It's their report. So quite frankly, I think the question should be able to be answered at this table. Councillor Tom's question is very valid. So I'm happy to have a report come, and I'll support the deferral. I have no problem with that, but I'm a little disappointed that we can't answer the question at this table, to be frank.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Any other comments or questions to the deferral?
I'm happy if Mr. Downey or Mr. Nadarozny wants to chime in on that.
I didn't recognize you, but.
Fair enough.
Mr. Natarazi? Anything to say, add to that?
Through Mr. Chair, I have nothing to add at this time. These are the numbers given to us by Support Aurora. It's their proposal. We presented it, so I don't know if Mr. Downey wants to add anything, but I think he wants to clarify the questions that Councillor Tom has raised.
Before we do that, can we, I have some concerns as far that we're not going to attach a date to it. Is it possible to get this for the July 4th GC, to have a presentation and get all this in place for that, Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. I am prepared to answer questions if you're satisfied with that. I certainly did go through these with Sport Aurora. It's just that if you're asking why a number changed from a previous report, and perhaps it was 4,001 report and dropped down to 3,200, I wouldn't be able to answer that particular question. And that's what I thought the concern was. But I'm more than happy to answer the questions of how this budget came to be and what's within that budget, if that's what Council would like addressed.
I appreciate that. And before I go to Councillor Abel, I think that Councillor Tom has some valid concerns, and I think getting a report with basically all the questions being answered is necessary for this council to make a prudent decision. So I'll just go to Councillor Abel first, and then Councillor Thompson on the deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not in favor of the deferral. The Sport Aurora is doing just great work. They're completing recommendations of the sport plan, very valuable to us. I have no problem. They presented regularly. Their door is open. I would just like to move this forward, and perhaps it's because I'm tired, but I think this is report. I would just go along with the recommendations. So I see no reason for the deferral. I'll just support it.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Thompson.
You know, I would agree that Sport Aurora does good work, and that the advancements with regards to the sports plan have been beneficial to the town. But I hear Councillor Tom's concerns. If this had been a staff report where we had different financial numbers like we've had in the past and raised questions, we've always referred it back to staff and got them to clarify and or resolve those discrepancies to our discretion and or to our satisfaction. And so, we're just applying the same standards to Sport Aurora that we've applied to our own staff. And so, on that basis, I'll support the deferral till July 4th.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I don't think we attached a date to it, but if the mover and the seconder are okay with adding July 4th as the date, is that a friendly? Councillor Tom, please.
I'm happy to add that as a friendly amendment, but if Sport Aurora can't prepare their presentation in time, or no one can, I don't know what their scheduling is like, so assuming they can meet on the 4th and present to us on the 4th, I'm fine with it, but
well, I'll just say that
if it comes back on the 4th and we don't have a presentation, then
Mr. Downey has given us the nod that it would be
wonderful,
able to get ready by then. So
great, yeah,
okay.
No problem. I have no problem.
Okay, so that's, as a friendly amendment, we've added July 4th to the deferral. Mayor Daw.
Mr. Chair, I'll support the deferral, but I appreciate Mr. Downey's quick explanation there, and my concerns have been.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you. I think in the partnership we've had with Sport Aurora the last several years, it's been a pretty good one, and but I think with Councillor Tom's comments, if even one councillor has an issue or can't understand or needs more information on any issue, I think it's on us to ensure that everyone is understanding of something before we vote on it. So I'm for the deferral, and I'm sure Sport Aurora would be more than happy to comply and ensure that we all understand.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Abel.
Thank you. And my comment is I have no problem with that, and that's why we have General Committee, and perhaps questions could be answered coming up to Council next week. So that's what, and we're nearing our summer break, and now we're going into the summer, and I don't know the availability. If the answers cannot be answered by council next week, then put a deferral on then.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Tom, second time.
I think this is entirely reasonable. I think that, you know, we all value the work that Sport Aurora has done. They did implement the first year of the sport plan. They do other things, Activate Aurora. There's many other initiatives that are great, but they're also asking for hundreds of thousands of dollars over the next couple of years, or at least that's the projection. And I don't think it's too much to ask for just to come to council, make a presentation on the financials, answer questions if there's discrepancies. I think that's, as Councillor Thompson mentioned, it's what we expect of our staff. And when we, you know, talk about this type of dollars, that we should be able to ask those questions. So I don't see a problem with deferring it to the next GC meeting so that we have time to properly debate it for a full cycle, council and committee.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. And before I call the vote, I'll agree that to the fact that it's only an extra week. If you think about it, even though we are moving into the summer months, our next GC is July 4th, which is only a week after council next week. So I don't think it will hurt in any timelines or anything. And I think it is prudent as we would hold our staff to the same standards. So I believe it's important that we do the same thing here. So I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the deferral? Opposed? That carries. So we'll move to R12. Get a motion? Oh, we'll go back to R9, the one that we tabled. I forgot about that. Yep. So you had a motion? Moved by Councillor Gartner, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the residents have left, but who could blame them? Page 1 through you to Mr. Muno. Mr. Muno, so this went to the OMB, and it says in the second bullet, well, it says that it has to conform to the OMB decision. The second bullet, though, it says the original site plan application contemplated 3 buildings. That was the original site plan. So what was the decision of the OMB?
Mr. Ramuno.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. There was a settlement reached, a minutes of settlement, wherein we approved through a board order, the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to permit the 4-story 20-unit condominium building, which is before council, the medical center along Yonge Street, and another single detached home. They proceeded with the site plan and they're phasing it. So at this point, they're only going forward with the condominium building. It does conform to the official plan and zoning bylaw as approved by the board back in 2011, but it is being phased.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. So the original site plan was approved by the OMB.
Mr. Ramuno.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, there was no formal site plan. It was a conceptual site plan showing those 3 buildings.
Councillor Gardner.
That's what I meant. Their intent was approved by the OMB. Thank you. So on page 5 with the chart, so they're going to build building B, and with respect to the lot area, the lot frontage, et cetera, it's all much better than is required in our zoning bylaw. Is that going to change when they add building A and building C?
Mr. Ramuno.
Through you, Mr. Chair. again, some may change with respect to some of the side yards, because again, it'll still need to meet the intent of the zoning bylaw, but the condo building is really in the center portion of the property. It's about a 10-acre parcel. Then the medical building will be oriented along Yonge Street.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. I'm asking because I've never seen anything quite like this, where we require something and the developer is giving so much better. But I'm guessing that's because it may change with the other. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Any other? Oh, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, and through you to Mr. Amuno. With regards to servicing, currently there's only enough servicing for this one building. The sewage pumping station can accommodate the other two buildings at this time. To your knowledge, what's the timeline on upgrades to that sewage pumping station? Do we anticipate in the near future?
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. That'll be dependent on the owner making those improvements, upgrading the pumping station in order for the next phase to proceed. So again, they've only come in with this first phase. They would be required to submit a site plan application that would be considered by this council for the future medical building. But before I bring that report forward to council for a recommendation, they would have to have undertaken the improvements to the pumping station.
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno. Councillor Perry.
We talk about sewage on this site. Water, is it going to be taken from aquifers, or is it going to be used on our municipal systems?
Mr. Ramuno.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, it's piped municipal water, and there's no constraints with water.
Councillor Perry.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we'll move to our last item. Unless we can finish it in 6 minutes, I will need to extend for at least, maybe we should motion to extend, 10 minutes? Put the motion on the floor? Okay, put the motion on the floor. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comments or questions? Councillor Perry.
It appears the provincial government is moving in this direction anyways with regards to removing the tax exempt status. It sucks for municipalities like Aurora where we're saving money by not doing this. But if this is the way that the province wants us to go, then we're duty bound to do that. So let's hopefully move forward on this quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to mention that as well. I did ask the delegate, those many hours ago, with respect to the full-time versus part-time. I mean, I understand, obviously, the members of the committee who are here, and if I can see them through the crowd. They're there. We have former councillors on the committee, and certainly if they're not former councillors, they have a lot of experience with the town. Full-time, part-time, to me is the delegate. When I address the issue, as obviously the mayor is going to be recommended as full-time. We've been here for 5.5 hours, so you only have 30 hours left in a week until you've hit your quota. But the rationale, I guess, or at least part of the rationale the delegate made, and again, I'm trying to remember back, was that some councillors decide to put more time in, whereas some decide that they would like to, just attend the minimum amount of meetings and do the minimum requirement, I suppose, and that if you move to full time, you'd be alienating or people who potentially would run for council who would who have a full-time job that they're not willing to give up. I don't have a solution or an answer. I mean, I think it's a bit nebulous because, if you're part-time, what does that mean for compensation? If the compensation is going to allow some people to live off that as a full-time wage, then is that really part-time? Or, you know what I mean? So I think the compensation piece is more the crux of the issue. I can tell you right now, it's busy. and I know when you run for council, you know it's going to be busy, especially knowing that it's evenings, and obviously the wage is not high enough to live off of. So it's clearly a part-time supplementary job to a full-time job. Now you can work part-time, I suppose. There's lots of arrangements you can make to accommodate the hours and the compensation, but it's busy, and it's, again, just speaking from experience and being totally honest, you know, you can't get to everything with the time you have. You only have so much time in the day for your full-time career, for family obligations, and for council, and for various other things that come up in life. And so, you know, and I appreciate that the committee probably discussed this at length, and their recommendation is part-time. Again, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I just think that, you know, as this town gets bigger, as we have more population moving into this town, as the issues get more complex over the next 4 years, as our population grows, I can tell you one thing: the workload ain't going down, and you know, it's very busy. Now, some members, you know, have like the delegate mentioned, the chair, have a lot more time to commit to the council than others. Which creates, I think, you could argue, disparity amongst, you know, now that's a function of running and everything else. I'm not trying to get into that. But I'm just saying that, you know, if it was full-time, for every young person that was turned away, that didn't want to give up their full-time job, there might be a young person that won't run because it's too busy having a full-time job. So there's almost a catch-22 in that scenario. Like I said, I manage, and I know other members of council manage as well. Everyone does the best they can, but I can say that it's very busy, and I wish I had more time that I could devote to the work. I think everyone does their best, but that's my comment. So, you know, I know that's not really a definitive comment. The committee's made their recommendation. We'll see what the compensation piece looks like, but I just, you know, it's a challenge. It's a challenge to how do we attract people to run for public office and put their hat in to run and to serve their communities, and also how do we get the best out of those who do get elected to manage the business of the town. And I just think that if it's not this term or next term, it's going to be very close, that there's going to be such a workload that it's just not going to be feasible for someone to carry two full-time positions, essentially. And I know the mayor mentioned, maybe off the cuff, that he'd take 35 hours because it would be less than he currently does, and I'm sure that's true. So, you know, it's easy to look at just the meetings and the physical meetings and everything else, but there's prep, there's meeting with constituents. You know, we get requests from people for midday meetings and our MPPs and MPs and spending announcements, and there's all sorts of facets to this job that I just simply can't get to because my obligations to my other work situation prevent me. And that's just, it prevents me from maybe fully, you know, living up to the role, I suppose. I wish I had more time. And so I guess I'll support the recommendations from the committee. I'll be looking forward to seeing what compensation they recommend as well. And I just think that we have to be cognizant of, if it's not for this coming term, that it might be very soon after that we have to take a look at changing it a little bit to accommodate for the fact that the workload right now, as it is very high. So that's my long-winded response at 11:30. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Tom. We have 3 more speakers. Before I move, I need a motion to extend, I'd say for 20 minutes? How about 10? We need at least 10 minutes so we can do the confirming bylaw and everything. So, no, we don't. Sorry. So let's just add 10 minutes. Moved by Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Tom. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So Councillor Gardner, then Councillor Kim, then Councillor Perry. Councillor Gardner.
I'll speak to this next week, but I agree with Councillor Tom. I don't have a full-time job, but this is not, in my opinion, a part-time job anymore. And I don't think it should be called a part-time job, and I don't think it should be paid as a part-time job. This takes a lot of work. I thought last term last term was so busy, I thought, wow, this term is even worse. It takes a lot of effort, and there's all that behind the scenes effort. And if somebody wants to speak to you on the phone, well, and they still do. And they want you to come out and see their issues. And it's really not, in my opinion, it's not fair to the community not to have full-time counselors. But if that's not in the cards, I think the work that we do should be compensated adequately, and I don't believe that it is.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Councillor Kim.
I'll just wait for next week.
For next week. Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Perry. Actually, you've spoken once already. I'll allow Councillor Humphreys to go first. Next week? So, Councillor Perry, finish us off.
Just to finish us off, I agree with Councillor Tom. You know, for young people, especially if you want to have a young family, it's difficult. You know, I'm out of the house with not real work, but my regular job, 11 hours a day already. So to add something on top of that, this is what I signed up for, but it is a lot. I would only remind members of council that we had a referendum question at the last election where we asked residents if we wanted to shrink the size of council from 8 to 6. You know, maybe that's what we look at, and we make sure that those 6 are all full-time and compensated a little bit, you know, differently. But again, that's something we'll discuss in depth next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. So I think next week when we discuss this, I think what the committee, from what I heard, is that they would like to know what our thoughts are as a group and as councillors of whether we actually believe that this should be part-time moving forward or full-time, and all those thoughts moving forward. So I think maybe we should all come prepared next week and to give those thoughts so the committee can understand their role moving forward. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. If I can get a motion to defer the rest of the items, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Gartner. All those in favor? Do you have any questions? Councillor Perry?
I would only state that to defer something till next week doesn't make sense. I've said it many times. We're a general committee. We're not making any decisions tonight. So to defer anything, we can't ratify. Anyways.
And I appreciate your concerns, Councillor Perry, but the clerk has advised me that that's the procedure that we should take. So I will go by the clerk's decision.
I'd like to chat.
So thank you. So anyways, all those in favor of deferral? Opposed? That carries. Motion to adjourn. Moved by. That's it. All new business. Do you want new business? No, public service is next week at council. There's no public service during GC. Do you really need to say something? No, I didn't move it and second it yet. I didn't recognize the seconder. Do you really need to speak, Councillor Gardner? Okay, Councillor Gardner, new business, one thing.
It's really public service, sorry, but congratulations to Aurora's own best-selling author, Janet Matthews, on her newest success. It's Chicken Soup for the Soul, The Spirit of Canada, and there's a book launch this Saturday at Chapters from 10 to 3. Chapters, Newmarket.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Perry. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.